Good morning, everyone. Are you all awake?
Good morning.
Barely.
Barely.
Well,
Still have my
your fearless leader will be moment. We had a staff meeting, so I snuck out to make sure you didn't think we abandoned you.
Lisa, did you receive my video? I record myself.
I honestly did not look in Teams at all last night because I had another commitment. So
okay.
I'll look this morning.
All right.
While Jack's talking, I'll go through all of that as well. What did you send me, Lisbeth?
The paragraph memorizations.
Oh,
I
nice.
did it several times, but I think the last one it works, but we will see. So
Good.
hopefully you receive it. If not, I can try it one more time.
Perfect. I'll let you know for sure.
All right, thank you.
And also, you wanted to shadow somebody, and I just sent out an email. Elisa St. John has offered to have somebody shadow her, and she's really good at her open houses. So,
Oh yeah, I saw that email, but last week I shadowed Jamara on her opening house. And I just signed up for one opening house for myself. This.
oh, good. Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mega. How's everyone doing today?
very good.
Good.
Good. How are you, Jack?
This is when we start seeing who my real Mega class is. About the halfway point where some of the people like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. It's too overwhelming. And I know Lisa is so amazing at reaching out to you guys and giving you the encouragement that you need to keep pushing on, because having a coaching system like this really will impact you, but we have to stick with it. And life is busy. We're probably busier right now than we've ever been, and there's a lot going on, and you guys are doing memorization stuff and doing open houses and having conversations with your clients and memorizing the code of ethics and watching videos and learning scripts, attending mega minis. How many of you are doing more real estate related activities in the last week and a half than you have in a really long time? How does that feel?
Really good.
Feel really good.
Feel good.
Does feel good. Feel proud of yourself?
Yes.
Yes. Feel like I'm achieved. I did achieve something instead of just running around and not knowing what am I missing.
One of the screenshots I have in my very first class is one of the quotes that says, setting a goal, you can run, not having a goal is like an athlete not knowing which way the goalpost is, and they just run up and back and forth around the field, having no idea where to take the ball. Real estate can feel like that, because as a salesperson, sometimes we get into the point where we're somewhere between diminishing returns and having no idea where to start our day, no idea where to begin. We know where we want to end up, but to get there seems like a winding, crazy road that sometimes doesn't even make sense anymore. And so taking a step back, learning our why, learning our value proposition, understanding why we're in business, knowing exactly what to say when someone's standing in front of us wanting to hire us so that we can sound professional, and then learning our business inside and out, and then having conversations with everybody we know, everyone we know, about us being in real estate and how grateful and thankful that we would be for their referrals. And then we layer on top of that knowing what to say when a lead comes in out of the sky, because we are one of the few brokerages that provides leads. We have websites that are ranking very highly on Google, and we're seeing leads being registered on our agent subdomains on a daily basis. And Barbara McLaughlin came in here the other day. She's like, I've been getting all these leads. And I'm like, that's amazing, Barbara. And she's doing that partly because she's also been going to Deandra's blogging class and she's been adding extra blogs to her agent subdomain, her agent IDX site, which is really important. We put together the entire package, but what we need from you is your mission statement, your agent bio, in third person. Anybody know why I came up with this concept of putting your bio in third person? Why that would make sense? Why you would talk about yourself in third person? Not,
I excuse me. I think I remember hearing something about if you're typing your name out, if you type your name into Google, the more times that your name appears in something, that helps with the search results.
that's exactly right, Stephen, because Google doesn't know who I am is. And
Ah,
there's hundreds of millions of bios that says I am instead of Stephen Gillard is. And then when your website domain has your name, and then we have what's called an H1 tag, which is the big bold leaderboard across the top of your page, which tells the browser, this is what this page is about, and this is the most important content on this page is also your name. And then your bio also has your name in it. And then you have blogs with your name in it. All of a sudden, all of those three things come together, and the web browser says, this site's all about that. This is the highest ranking, most important, relevant key term website for that particular key term, and we're going to rank it highest on Google. It's very easy for us as a brokerage to be able to rank you very highly because we are able to build a site all around your name. And that's very difficult for most companies because even the third-party companies who are providing websites have a very difficult time getting everyone to rank on Google for their own names because they're trying to get all of their people up, not just their people, and that's usually a lot bigger audience than us. We can focus on each individual agent's success and create a subdomain with your name. Instead of it being Austin Real Estate or some other name, and then your name appearing under that domain, we add your domain, your name to our domain in front of it. So that's why jamara-alexander.realtytexas.com. The name comes first, and then it's on the page, and then it's in the content, and you start finding out that you're ranking #1 on Google. So you're going to get leads coming into your website, and knowing how to respond to those leads as they come in is very important, and knowing what those scripts are in order to have a really good conversation with them. And then they're going to ask questions or have objections or have concerns about the lawsuits that they've heard or what they're reading about real estate in the news, or having concerns about the interest rates, or having concerns because all over the news they're seeing that the housing market is slowing down and inflation is going up and that this is not a good time to buy. And I'm going to tell you something pretty interesting. Buyers buy at the worst time always, because the news tells the consumers when the market is good and when the market is bad. And when the market is good for buyers, the news is telling everyone that it's a bad market. Because when the market is good for a buyer, it means that the prices have gone down, and that means we're in a declining market, and that's what the pundits say, bad market. So buyers don't hear that, oh, this is a good market or a bad market for me. They just hear, I heard this is the best real estate market of all time. If someone says this is the best real estate market of all time, first question you have to ask is, for who? Because no matter what the market conditions, it's going to favor someone. Either it's going to favor a buyer heavily or favor a seller heavily, or it's going to be a mixed market. But if the news is saying it's the best market of all time, what does that mean? And for the most part, they're usually talking about sellers. And if the real estate market is the best market of all time for a seller, does that mean it's the best market of all time for a buyer? Not in a million years. But what do we see the result from that? We see the buyers jumping into the market, participating in a real estate market like never before a year and a half ago, when people were bringing hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a home. Oh, I must buy a home now. The real estate market's really great. I submitted 50 offers and I didn't get my offer accepted. The real estate market is so good that I want to gift my bank account, my pension, and my retirement savings to the seller so that I can buy a home because the real estate market is so, so good. And I'm sitting here thinking, hold up, let's see some reason. Just let's have a little bit of thought in this. Maybe the real estate market is good for a seller, but is that sustainable to have a market that's that good? It's not sustainable, and we of course came out the other side of it now, and we have a much healthier market. So when those buyers come to us and they say, I hear the market's really bad, I don't want to buy right now, after we just came out of a market where everyone lost their mind, then when you understand real estate fundamentally like that, you can sit down with the buyer and say, look, you're on the buy side of this. So when you're listening to the news and they say the market's bad, that's good for you. When you're listening to the news and they say the market's good, that's bad for you. And so you're getting mixed messages, and I understand why you would be confused, because the entire engine is talking to home sellers about the equity that they're making on when they sell a home. So when the prices go down like they are now, you are in a much better position. So let's talk about some advantages that those buyers may have right now. Do they have more inventory? More choices? Maybe getting some closing costs paid? Maybe getting washer, dryer, fridge, maybe getting a time frame in which they can actually make an informed decision and not be rushed through their purchase. They can take their time. Who wants to get rushed through the most expensive purchase and something that you're going to live in for the next X number of years? So it's a much better environment for us to be practicing in. I don't like to be rushed through a real estate transaction. I don't like a listing agent to give me a 1-day option and a 14-day close and me trying to keep that timeline with $100,000 earnest money on the line. That's high stakes. That's high pressure. That's a huge amount of opportunity for failure, loss of earnest money, stress, anxiety. And it's not healthy, and it wasn't necessary. Even in those days, even when I had the ability to demand those types of timelines, I still advised my sellers to give the buyer the adequate time to make an informed decision so that you don't end up coming out the other side and a buyer feeling harmed and suing them, which we're seeing those lawsuits creeping up now. So be positive. Look at the opportunity that we have in our market and use this opportunity to be reaching out to your spheres. Today is going to be a big day for us because we're going to be picking up the phone and making some calls today. And the reason I'm taking the approach to today's morning and having this conversation with you now is to remind you of the types of things that we should be talking about on the phone with our people, having these conversations about the reality of what the lawsuit really means. And it's doesn't mean that the reality is that commissions are probably going to go up and there's less transparency about commissions. They're not going to go down. That's for sure. And the reality is that the laws haven't changed regarding commissions. That the only thing that changed is that the National Association of Realtors can't put the commission amount in the MLS. Brokers have to, on the side, have a negotiation about that. Yesterday, Texas Realtors released their new forms. And so we're in the process, and as an instructor 2 days ago, I was involved in a webinar and I'm taking them through the forms. And there are some forms that it's going to really upset some of our longer agents in the business. Some of our more experienced agents are going to look at some of these forms and they are not going to be pleased at some of the forms that we have coming down the pike. The short form, the 1-page buyer representation form that Texas Realtors came up, has a checkbox on it that says full service or showing service with an amount after it that says how much, and it says something to the effect of these funds are due at contract execution, giving us the ability for agents out there to just go open doors in a Texas Realtor promulgated form that is more about that than what it's really about, which is representation. And I think a lot of people are going to be upset about that. We're not going to be allowing that form in this organization, but the reality of where we are is that a law hasn't changed. And people who are not realtors have no practice changes at all. The only people who have a practice change are people who are not at Realty Texas. Because we already had a system and a policy about compensation and commissions, and we already had a policy about representation. So the way that we've been doing business, my style and brand of real estate, I believe, is rooted in ethics, rooted in doing the right thing. I've been on the right side of history so far since the inception, and the rest of the world is becoming more and more in conformity to the practices that we have had and imposed since the very beginning. And one of the things that a lot of the agents that are coming from other brokerages that have been in the business, the one thing that they would say, in fact, we even had an agent or two leave here because we required buyer agency. And they said, look, I don't do buyer representation agreements. All it does is scare my people away. And so I'm not doing them. And so if you're going to require them, then this isn't the place for me. And I said, you're absolutely right. This isn't the place for you. And so you're welcome to go. Because if you can't start a conversation about representation and compensation about your client, and if you want to hide the fact that you're going to be paid, you want to hide the fact that there's a fiduciary duty and create a sub-agency relationship where you owe your fiduciary duties to the seller because it's easier for you to have no conversation with your client and get paid than actually do your ethical duty, which is to have a conversation about compensation and representation and about fiduciary duty, then you're right, you don't belong here. Because we are proud of the services that we provide. We understand what it is to be a salesperson. We understand fiduciary and what it means to form that fiduciary relationship through buyer agency and how dangerous sub-agency is for everyone involved. And now the rest of the world is starting to conform to our practices. So as you're having conversations with your people today, we know a little bit more about how to approach these conversations. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of confusion, there's been a lot of bad press, but the reality is the practice changes that are being put into real estate right now, these are practices that our brokerage have actually subscribed to since we started, which is forming a representation agreement at first substantive dialogue with our people and having a very candid conversation about compensation, representation, and fiduciary duty. That's the only thing that's changed. And when you understand real estate well enough to have that conversation with your client, then your client, it's funny. Miguel came to me the other day as he's not a real estate agent. He came to me and he said, you know, the more I think about these changes, the more I realize it's good. And I'm like, well, I'm glad your light bulb went on because you're absolutely right. And I want to see more people's light bulb go on that these changes are not bad for our profession. Now, I will say that there was an easy factor of having the commissions in the MLS. There was a level of transparency of having the commissions in the MLS because one of the rules is we can no longer put anything about commissions in the MLS anymore. We have to hide commissions outside the MLS, but that doesn't mean we have to hide them from the world. You can put your commission that you're offering the buyer broker on a yard sign in front of the property. You can put it on your website. You can put a QR code on your flyer that says buyer compensation and take them to a special page all about what your seller is offering in terms of compensation. And when the seller offers to pay the buyer agent compensation, they are opening up a bigger buyer pool, making the commissions not an issue in their transaction to make sure that they have the biggest buyer pool possible. And when you open up a larger buyer pool, you have the ability to sell your home for more. And the compensation that we get paid is very, very nominal. And I know that a lot of agents jump into this business and they see the commissions and they see those numbers, and those numbers look really, really big. And I can tell you that 6% of something is twice as much as 3% of something. And sometimes we look at the commissions and we talk about 6%, but our individual compensation is not. It's 3%. And by the way, I can use these numbers because we are in a conversation with a single brokerage. If I was in a multi-broker conversation at a board, I would not be able to use those commission numbers. I would have to always say X% commission because it's antitrust to have conversations like that. So be careful if you're at the board or you're at a coffee shop and you're talking with other brokers about commissions, don't talk about what you charge. Say X amount. But in this brokerage, we have policy. Every brokerage is supposed to have a commission policy. The 3% that a buyer agent is going to get at this firm is not 6%, it's 3%. So let's keep that for a moment. And remember what I said that is different about real estate agents and how we go about sales that's more so different than almost every other profession? What was that word I used? We take all of our deals on
Contingency.
write that word down, burn it to the inside of your eyeballs, because this is a word that we need to be using a lot more. And I had a very candid conversation with Lori Levy, who's the general counsel at Texas Realtors. And I told her, you need to use that word on the representation agreement, that the agent, that we are taking the deal on contingency. Either you're going to get paid up front or you're taking it on contingency, which means we take all the risk. We take all the risk. What do attorneys charge 3% on contingency or 6% on contingency? What do attorneys charge?
30.
30%. Okay. If we are replaced by attorneys, they will charge 25, 30%. There's an attorney from NAR who's talked about that very thing. He said, if you guys go away, real estate's going to get really expensive. Selling real estate will be because attorneys are not going to take this on contingency for 3 or 6%. They're not going to even touch it. They're going to take 10%, 25%, something like that, even as high as 30, and sometimes even more. So the fact that we help them prepare their home for market, that we have contractors come over and help them for a discounted amount of bring their home up to market value, give them recommendations on power washing their home, taking the screens off, washing their windows, putting in new shrubs, having their trees trimmed, moving staging items around the house, decluttering their home, having professional cleaners come in. Now, we haven't spent a dollar yet, but we spent a lot of time and a lot of energy up to that point. And then sometimes we do spend dollars because sometimes we do have those clients who absolutely have no resources, and we help them with things that maybe we wouldn't normally help people with. I know a lot of agents here. We just had a transaction where one of our agents got to the closing table and got a bad review. And it's one of our very best agents. And I found out through that transaction that that agent paid for their power washing, paid for that, that agent paid for the seller's power washing, paid to get the HVAC serviced. I'd already discounted their commission before they got into the transaction. And then at the closing table, the buyer, the seller no longer liked the closing date and wanted to stay in longer and asked for an amendment, and the buyer refused. And the buyer was sitting out front of the house to make sure before they went to close to make sure that the seller was moving out. And that seller gave the agent a bad review and said that the agent would not help them stay in their house longer, and that they had asked for additional monies, and they did. They asked them for more commission, and the agent said no, and they gave them a 0-star review and a scathing review. So we're taking action on that particular seller. The more we give sometimes, the more they take. But I digress. We do a lot for our sellers and a lot for our buyers as well. But on the sellers, we're preparing their home for market. We're sometimes throwing in personal money into the transaction. We're paying for photos. We're paying for video. We're hosting open houses. We're going to the store and buying goods to make cookies and water bottles, and paying to print advertising and flyers, and paying additional monies to Zillow to get their ad, to have a banner ad, and on and on and on. And to boot, we're giving half of our commission to the buyer agent just to bring us a buyer in the first place. And the buyer makes the same amount as us, the buyer agent. But you look at that model and all of it was risk. Now, on the buy side, you are taking your time away from your family. You're getting in the car, you're driving around, you're opening up homes, you're showing them homes, you're advising them, you're helping them through the inspections. And the buy side, more so than the sell side, but not always just as much, but you're also mitigating their anxiety, mitigating their fears, and mitigating their stress, and helping them through that, which is why a really good agent is calm and arm's length and can help walk them through the transaction, and that the agent is not so emotionally tied up to it that the agent no longer can see a 360-degree view, that they can zoom out and see the whole thing and help the buyer see what they can't see. And even on the buy side, we're taking all of that time and energy. We don't have a retainer. We didn't get a paycheck up front, and we can show them 40 homes and get all the way through and them terminate at the closing table and not buy anything and not spend all of that time and energy and not get paid. So all of what we do as a profession is on contingency. We take it all in contingency. So the idea that we should throw our money into the pool when we're already spending our money, we're spending our gas money, we're spending our time and energy and our resources, and our time is our money. And when we're focusing on one client, we're not focusing on someone else. And we only have so many hours in the day to be able to generate the revenue that we need from this business. So the idea that you're overpaid and the idea that you should discount your commission, I really need you to think hard and fast about that. Because if somebody wants to discount your commission, my response is you have a conversation with them and say, if you want me to discount my commission, I'd be happy to do that. You can go ahead and pay me up front. Write me a check. You want to write me a check right now for 2.5%, I'll be happy to do that. But I'm not going to discount my commission on contingency. Before I've even been paid, you're already asking me to give you money that you haven't even given me yet. So there's a lot of confusion about commission. There's a lot of confusion about our real estate market. There's a lot of confusion about the rates, about the whether we're in a buyer market or seller market. And there's also some confusion about bonuses. Raise your hand if you've heard that part of the MLS rule says that you don't get paid a bonus anymore. So it's true to a point. National Association of Realtors settlement agreement said that the amount of compensation that we're paid has to be achievable. It has to be achievable and articulatable. So that means that it has to be a number. It has to be a number, and a bonus is who knows what that is. So Texas Realtors did some really good research on this and came up with a really good solution, and they added a bonus field to the representation agreements. But the bonus fields is very clear that it says that if there is no bonus, you don't get a bonus. And if the bonus is more than what you put on the form, you don't get the more. So if you say, you know, sometimes builders are paying up to this amount of bonus, so I'm going to put an amount here that if in a bonus, I can get this much of a bonus. So they have addressed it. So at least there are bonuses on there. We're going to talk about representation agreements in our next business meeting. And then I'm going to have a special meeting about the new forms as soon as we have got them all loaded into our forms system. And by the way, we're building a brand new form system. For some of you, you may have seen it when you go to your .me. There's now a new Forms app at the top, where used to there was only a Rooms app, and inside the Rooms there was a Forms tab. Now there is a Forms app. It's separate. We're going to be doing a lot of training on our next Tech Tuesday about that. It's in beta right now, and it's designed to be able to access a form quickly, be able to fill it out quickly, and be able to push it out quickly. And it's not tied to a room. It's just the forms system separately. So today you're going to be picking up the phone, and I'm actually making some phone calls. And that is the heart of what a real estate salesperson can do. So I'm glad, thank you everyone for feeling productive, feeling like you're starting your day with a new feeling about your business, being proud of yourself, having lots of things to do, and focusing your attention on income producing tasks. And income producing tasks can be one thing and one thing only: working your spheres, working your people, getting closer to them and having conversations with them. Your business is your database, and your database is not data. It's not X's and Y's. It's not bits and negative ones and zeros. It is human beings, and we're tracking them so that we can remind us to call those human beings more often. So the tech is designed to bring you closer to the consumer, and all the things I teach at Mega. And I know people get caught up on this because they hear tech and they think, well, that's not warm and fuzzy. That's not bringing me closer to my client. And I've always said, if someone tries to sell you a service that's going to replace you, that's going to talk for you, that's going to send messages for you. That's not a system you want. You want a system that's going to bring you closer to your client. That's why I like BombBomb. That's why I like our CRM, because it reminds us to never forget about our people. It has a button that you click and you call. And then I also ask you guys to get into the Buffini program so that you can take the Michelle Fortune Buffini coaching so that we can be focusing on our spheres and all things that we do consider the end. The first half of today is going to be talking about code of ethics, the preamble of the code of ethics. We're seeing some Article 4 changes in our code of ethics coming down, which is not a substantive change. Our code of ethics hasn't had a substantive change since 2000. And the big substantive change that happened in 2000, we're going to talk about today. But the big change was that the code of ethics is applicable to everything you do now, not just when you're acting as a real estate, actually in this case, a realtor, because the code of ethics is from NAR and NAR makes you a realtor. So the code of ethics used to only apply, and the word says, in respective to their role as a realtor, meaning in the throes of providing services and talking with your clients. Outside of that, the code of ethics didn't apply. At least the wording in the code of ethics wasn't specific enough for someone who is maybe violating Article 10 at 2 o'clock in the morning on Facebook, as we've seen so much of as politics have gotten so nasty over the last 5 years. We saw people really saying some horrific things, really lowering the bar of the real estate profession and their reputation, because collectively we have a reputation and we're only as good as the worst of us. And so the code of ethics now applies to all of our activities, no matter what we do. And some agents really didn't like that. And the agents who really don't like that are really suspect to me. And so when I'm trying to root out evil, people that said, I don't think it should be applied to us in our personal lives, the laws apply to us in our personal lives. If one of the things that I learned early on in leadership in the Realtor organization, has standards for its leaders, and we also take positions on specific political things. We're the Purple Party, so we're not part of a specific party other than our own Purple Party, but we take on issues and we support candidates that have issues that are specific to real estate and pro real estate. And some of the candidates that they've supported have been candidates that haven't supported the Realtor Code of Ethics, but that particular candidate had an issue that was pro real estate. So should we not support the candidate who doesn't support the code of ethics when they do have a bill that they're trying to pass that's going to be pro real estate? Or do we support that candidate in that bill to get that bill passed? And so one of the things that the NAR said to its leaders is, look, we understand that you're not going to always like the rhetoric that's out there, and you may not even like some of the positions that the realtor organization comes up with. And it's not that you get to choose whether or not you're going to support Texas Realtors as its leader. You get to decide whether or not you're going to be in leadership, because those are your choices. Either be here or don't be here. But if you're going to be here, you're going to support us. And that's no different than being a Realtor member. If you're going to be here, you're going to follow the tenets of the Code of Ethics and Article 10, which is fair housing. Either be here or don't be here. Now, do you guys realize, or does Texas law have ethics built into it, or is that only the National Association of Realtors? Does anybody know? What do you think? Well, the National Association of Realtors, their code of ethics, there have always been real estate agents that have said, be careful using a real estate agent that's not a realtor, because they haven't subscribed to our ethics. What's interesting is the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics says that we won't talk bad about other realtors or real estate salespeople. But that's the only difference. They don't have that particular provision, but they're still held to all the other ethics. So the one thing that we can't do as part of our code of ethics is talk bad about other people. Yet we as realtors say that we're better than them and more ethical than them because we are a realtor, but by very nature of being a realtor, we can't talk bad about them. And they're not saying that they're better than us because they're not a realtor. So we're actually being less ethical by saying that real estate agents that are not part of NAR are less ethical than us. I'm going to read you a passage, 1101-652. This is part of, maybe I should just actually take you guys there and show you 1101-652. I usually do more of that at Megan. I haven't done a lot of that with this group. 1101-652 is the part of the Real Estate License Act. 1101 is cited as the Real Estate License Act. This particular provision is the grounds for suspension or revocation of a license. What does suspension or revocation of a license mean, really, in practice?
Can't use it. You're done.
That means Trek has taken it from you. So if there was a list of things that you can do to use your license posted somewhere, you maybe read it? How many of you have actually read Occupations Code 1101-652? Most of the time, we don't have a lot of people who have read this. Someone read number 32 for me.
Discrimination against an owner, potential buyer, landlord, or potential tenant on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, disability, familial status, national origin, or ancestry, including directing a prospective buyer or tenant interested in equivalent properties to a different area based on race, color, religion, sex, disability, familial status, national origin, or ancestry of the potential owner or tenant.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. This entire chapter is rooted in doing the right thing. You do these bad things, you will lose your license. Interesting that the National Association of Realtors has 17 articles and the Texas Administrative Code has over 400 articles about our behavior and what we are going to do as a real estate agent and what we're not going to do. Things that it requires that us do, like provide information about brokerage services, to not only have a requirement to explain agency relationships and who we represent, which is not just giving them the IABS, but explain the agency relationships in this state and who we represent. So things like that that we have to do, and then things that we're not allowed to do. And 1101-652 talks aloud about that. Publishes or circulates an unjustified or unwarranted threat of legal proceedings, putting liens against people's homes or threatening to put liens against people's homes for residential properties. Fails to provide a document that your client asked for. I love this one. Induces or attempts to induce a party of a contract of sale or lease to break the contract for the purpose of substituting a new contract. I always like to bring this one to your attention because how many of you have had a buyer and found out that they're in a lease and that lease has got 5 more months on it, and you say, oh, you should just talk to your landlord about breaking that lease? You can lose your license for even putting that idea in their head. How many knew that? How many does that one conversation, you could see how that conversation could take place, but didn't know that that was grounds for a license revocation, scare you enough to make you want to go read this list? Because if that's in here, what else is in here? So we're going to talk about the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics, but I don't want you guys to think that the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics is the only code of ethics that we have, because we have a code of ethics built into our license act. So when you raised your right hand and swore to be a realtor, you had already sworn to abide by the Texas License Act before you were a realtor, and already were really bound by a set of practices that are already very similar. Now, what's good about the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics is that it's a baseline across the entire country that raises the bar. And so professionally, across the board, we have this baseline, whereas every single state has different regulations and different rules and different laws. And so they've taken a lot of what's already in each one of our license acts and Department of Real Estate code from the states and put it into this code of ethics. Standards of practice. Now, what I always like to remind everyone about the standards of practice is that they're not ethics. The 17 articles are not ethics. The ethics come in by you following them. But the 17 articles are standards of procedure that I promise that I am going to abide and follow these procedures if you follow these procedures. And the ethics come in by me upholding my promise and me following the code. And a lot of people out there get that confused. They forget and they think, oh, I'm ethical. I'm an ethical person. I believe in being nice to everyone. Therefore, I don't need to read the code because I'm already ethical. What could be in there that I would need to know because I'm the most ethical person I know? And it's a eye-opening reminder to people who just don't understand what the code was in the beginning. You don't know what you're agreeing to if you haven't read it, because this has nothing to do with ethics. This is what's called sandbox agreements. These are agreements that are business practices that says, I promise that I will put the key back in the lockbox and slip the lockbox in there and not give it to the next person behind me, because that's an ethics complaint. And if I give that key to the person behind me at a showing, because the person walked up and it was a real estate agent that had a name badge, they had MLS sheets in their hand and 2 clients in tow, and I just left my showing and I'm about to walk out of the home and I'm like, oh, here's the key. I'm going to give you this professional courtesy. I'm going to be nice to you because I'm an ethical realtor and it says I have to be nice to people. So I'm not going to be rude and put the key back in the lockbox and force you to open it. That's absolutely wrong. The ethical thing to do is to put the key back in the lockbox like your standard of practice requires. But if you haven't read that particular standard of practice, you don't know that that practice is a rule. And so you might break the code and be that ethical realtor who did something wrong and been found guilty of an ethics complaint because you didn't know the rules, because we didn't read the ethics. We didn't read the standards of practice, rather. So one of our homework assignments in Mega is actually to read, and it's a homework assignment that I put on you, to read the entire code of ethics, to read them all. And there are going to be things in there that makes absolutely no sense to you. And I expect in Mega for you guys to bring me a sentence from the code of ethics that you don't understand. And one of your homework assignments is to bring me a sentence from the code of ethics that you don't understand. Because that tells me you read it. And you read it well enough to not just read a bunch of words, but you have to understand it and find something that you don't understand. So if you bring me something you don't understand, there is how we progress as a profession. That's how we move the baseline forward. The code of ethics is broken up into 3 sections: duties to clients and customers, duties to the public, and duties to other realtors. So each one of these sections are broken down in the code of ethics. Now we have articles, and then each article has a standard of practice. For instance, Article 1 Article 1 is the article, and then Article 1-1 is the standard of practice, 1-2, 1-3. So we've got standards of practice, which are clarifications of the article itself. people are never when you file an if you were to file an ethics complaint against another realtor at Texas Realtors, which is they're the venues that hear ethics complaints for filing an ethics complaint through your realtor organization. You can file a check complaint against ethics as well, or you can file a ethics complaint at the Realtor Association. That happens at Texas Realtors. The article that's cited has to always be the article, not the standard practice. So people don't violate standards of practices, they violate articles. Article 1, maybe they're in violation of Article 12, something like that. I usually read the preamble to you guys. I'm going to do that for this group. Sometimes I have you guys read it, but some of you don't have the best microphones, and I really want you to hear this from someone because I want you to hear the passion in the code of ethics. And I want you to hear the beauty. Who raise your hand if you've ever heard that our code of ethics has a preamble? Who did not know that our code of ethics has a preamble? Okay. Under all is the land. Upon its wide utilization and widely allocated ownership depend on the survival and growth of free institutions and of our civilization. Realtors should recognize that the interests of the nation and its citizens require the highest and best use of the land and its widest distribution of land ownership. Such interests impose obligations beyond those of ordinary commerce. They impose grave social responsibility and a patriotic duty to which realtors should dedicate themselves and for which they should be diligent in preparing themselves. Realtors, therefore, are zealous to maintain and improve the standards of their calling and share with their fellow realtor a common responsibility for its integrity and its honor. In recognition and appreciation of their obligations to clients, to customers, and the public, and each other, realtors continually strive to become and remain informed on issues affecting real estate, and as knowledgeable professionals, they willingly share the fruit of their experience and study with others. How many of you ever read that before? Pretty beautiful, isn't it? A lot of thought was put into this, that being in real estate is not about a paycheck. It's really about a social responsibility, a patriotic duty, that under all is the land, and wide utilization of land ownership depend on the survival and growth of free institutions and our civilization. We get it. We understand how important home ownership is, which is why we have the Realtor PAC, the Realtor Political Action Committee, fighting for private property rights, fighting for property owners to make sure that overly burdened HOAs and regulatory entities that are trying to impose restrictions on your ability to have free, quiet, peaceful enjoyment of your property is attacked by our Realtor PAC. We have the largest, most organized PAC in the world and the most successful PAC, having a 99.9% success rate on the Hill. When we back a bill, when we back a candidate, we get our results. 99.9% of the bills that we support are passed. 99% of the candidates, 99.9% of the candidates we support get elected. And it's because of money that we throw into the PAC. Every single agent has an opportunity to invest in your PAC. We don't call it anything else than an investment, because it is an investment. It's a political contribution, and political contributions can't be forced. They can't be mandated by a broker or the board itself. They have to be voluntarily given. And it is a PAC. It's a political action committee, and that contribution goes to then support candidates. But it doesn't just support candidates. When you give your minimum contribution that we ask, which is an investment in your PAC, it puts money in a pool where we pay for attorneys to read every single line of legislation that gets proposed at the House in Texas. Tree PAC. Every state has their own PAC, and then that PAC belongs to a larger PAC. So our PAC, the Realtor Political Action Committee, is the political action committee for NAR at the national level. Tree PAC, Texas Real Estate Political Action Committee in Texas, is our PAC. That's funny. OUR PAC, Texas's PAC. And Tree PAC is recognized across the nation as the most successful PAC in the nation. And other states are continually coming to Texas to try to figure out how we're doing it and how we're so successful. Because on an annual basis, how much money do you think realtors in Texas contribute to the Texas PAC? How much money do you think? 100,000?
I say it's more than that.
500,000?
More.
Maybe a million.
So let me ask you, how many of you, because it comes from realtors, it comes from you. Raise your hand if you've given the PAC more than $100. Raise your hand if you've given the PAC less than $100. Okay, so with all of those hand raised, then I ask you again, how much do you think the community of realtors have provided the PAC last year?
Millions.
About $1 million?
Millions, yeah.
Billions.
About million.
About $1 million? How about 7,700,777,777 dollars? Our goal was all sevens and we beat that goal. Texas realtors poured over $7 million into the PAC on average annually. Now, my contribution, sometimes you'll see this button that's on my lapel. This button is because I contribute to the PAC at the very highest level possible. There is no higher level than what I contribute to the PAC, which is $10,000 a year that I contribute to the PAC. And that can't be contributions from the company. That's personal contributions out of my own bank account. That is a PAC contribution. And I've been recognized nationally for being one of the couple of hundred agents in the nation that have contributed more than $50,000 to the PAC. $50,000 of my own money to the PAC. But that money goes into a pool here in Texas, and it pays the attorneys to read every single line of legislation that is proposed at the House to try to make sure that nothing gets passed that's going to hurt you and your ability to thrive as a real estate agent. What could some of those things be? They wanted to change your requirement on insurance to have commercial grade insurance, meaning you can't use Geico, you can't use professional, you have to get commercial grade insurance. Commercial grade insurance starts at about $1,600 a month. The insurance companies wanted to force you into having commercial grade insurance because are you using your car for work? You absolutely are. But the PAC was able to fight that, which is the only reason that you can have your non-commercial grade insurance on your car. Your PAC did that. If Texas Realtors hadn't forced the insurance companies to do that, you would be paying that in real estate. And for some people, it means they wouldn't be in real estate at all, or they'd be using an Uber everywhere they go. Does that impact you as an individual? They also forced Texas to create a constitutional ban. A constitutional ban. Texas Realtors was able to get our legislature to create a constitutional ban on a real estate transfer tax. Does anybody know what a transfer tax is? And maybe another state that has one can give me an example of what that means? There is a real estate transfer tax currently at 3.5% in California to the seller on the sale of their home. How much is your commission? Larger than the buyer agent commission is the tax that goes to the state for the seller to sell their home. Do we have a transfer tax here in Texas? 0%. Nothing. We were able, Texas Realtors. Now, I can tell you that on every single legislative session, there was more than 100 bills proposed to the tax, because one of the things that's interesting about Texas and the way that our bill process works here is that your bill has to have a funding component of how you're going to pay for your bill. If you're going to propose a bill, it has to have a funding component. And most states have a transfer tax. And almost every single bill had as its funding requirement a transfer tax for real estate to pay for their bill. And they want it, they're hungry for it, and they've been wanting it. And Texas Realtors, your PAC, was able to stop that from happening. Does that affect you? It absolutely affects you. I'm going to give you 3 more examples because we could be here until tomorrow. The wins that TreePack has had. I'm going to give you the 3rd one. The insurers for wind damage, storm damage insurers elected to leave Texas, and they were no longer going to offer flood insurance in Texas. Texas Realtors banded together, and not only did they force them to stay, but they forced them to offer affordable flood insurance. They sued them, and they won. Texas Realtors did that. 2 more things I'm going to talk about. 1, guess who was responsible for increasing the homestead exemption from $40,000 to $100,000 last year? Texas Realtors. You think Zillow's going to do that? You think Open Door is going to do that? Texas Realtors. Me and the people that I associate with that's involved in your PAC got together and we sat down with our constituents. You know, I just got back from DC and you saw me sitting with my congressional leaders in their offices in DC and talking to them about one big matter, which is VA and VA being able to pay realtor commissions. I sat down with John Cornyn, I sat down with Ted Cruz, I sat down with my elected officials in their office with a sheet of paper, and I walked down our positions and why they're important to us, and I talked to them about the lawsuit. Me and about 40 other agents from our marketplace, and all of us go to the constituents in which we live. So my constituents in Williamson County where I live, and Houston agents who went. They went to talk to their legislative leaders for that their constituents too. And guess what? 2 days ago, VA has released a update that says that they're going to allow VA borrowers to pay commissions. Because what does that mean? That means that it says in our new rules that the buyer can't pay a commission, the VA rules. It says that in the rules, buyers can't pay a commission. The commission had to come from the seller, but now the rules say that the buyer has to pay their own commission. And so if the seller is not going to pay it, then there were situations where you would never get paid. And that's not good for VA. VA needs their battle buddy. And when I went and talked to John Cornyn about it and Ted Cruz, we said, both of you are veterans. Your veterans need a battle buddy. They need a battle buddy to go and fight for them. And you guys are taking away their battle buddy. And they got it and they understood it and they changed the laws in order for us to be able to make sure that our Texas, our little slice of the world, that we thrive here and that we don't have regulatory burdens that hurt real estate. Another thing that we were able to do, we fought the state to get them to increase the homestead exemption to $100,000, which was huge for us. And Texas Realtors is responsible for that. And the last thing that I'm going to bring to you that Texas Realtors was responsible for that was huge in Texas is in fact, I'm going to give you guys a list. In a break, I'm going to share with you guys 2 more things that Texas Realtors did that made a profound difference in Texas. But one of them was HOA reform. We were forced the HOAs to have a solid, not to exceed resale certificate. Some of them were charging $1,000, $1,500. Now that's set at $375. They can't charge more than that. I think it's $375. I need to verify that number, so don't hold me to that number. And also they force them to get multiple quotes if something's over a certain amount, and overly burdensome regulations have been thrown out. We also, some of our deed restrictions, as we get back to code of ethics, some of our deed restrictions had some legacy 1800s language that was a violation of fair housing, restricting the sale of that property based on a protected class. And we were able to deem those illegal in Texas. So there's a very clean, easy process to go and get those removed. Texas Realtors, no one else. Texas Realtors did that. So the more you know about your PAC, when you're sitting with your seller and they talk about how bad real estate agents are, you sit them down and say, you know, the homestead exemption, that's $100,000. Did you know that realtors are responsible for that, increasing that? That's about $1,000 a year savings for you. That impacted you. And you're in a flood zone. Did you know that Texas Realtors not only force the insurers to stay in Texas, but to offer flood insurance? Because right now you wouldn't have flood insurance if it wasn't for Texas Realtors. And when you sold this home, if it wasn't for Texas Realtors, you would have at least a 3.5% sales tax on the sale of your home. Texas Realtors did that. I want you guys to be able to use those benefits and those conversations in your conversations, because this preamble talks about the importance of the role that we play in real estate, and it's bigger than our transaction. It is the survival and growth of free institutions and of our civilization, as it says here in our preamble. Dimitri.
All right, I hope you guys don't judge me too much for not knowing that, but aren't you supposed to get your flood insurance separately from your regular insurance?
1,000,000%. Flood insurance is separate. So you're gonna have hazard insurance, you're gonna have car insurance, you're gonna have life insurance, you're gonna have whatever, health insurance. Every insurance is separate, and you buy those premiums separately. So hazard insurance is gonna have a different flood insurance binder. So if you have hazard insurance on your home and it gets flooded, there's not going to be flood insurance, because flood insurance is a different kind of insurance. Cindy Bell is our resident insurance expert here at Realty Texas. I come from, my prior profession was technology. Hers was insurance. So we all bring something to the table in this profession that makes us all better. She brings a wealth of knowledge about insurance, and actually she serves in the National Association of Realtors Insurance Committee. It's called something else, but effectively that's what it is. And they talk about what's going on with insurance and flood maps and flood zones and insurability and all kinds of stuff. So questions regarding insurance, your sales manager here knows more about insurance than about any other sales manager in the state of Texas. So I would recommend you talk to her about that. And as a insurance geek, she'll geek out on you and share some stuff that you probably had no idea about. So thank you, Cindy, for all that you bring to the table. On this slide, 1 through 6, what is the importance of the Realtor Code of Ethics? I want to hear from a couple of you. But what we're going to do is I'm going to put you in groups. And I want you guys to talk about this for 10 minutes. I'm going to go through these 6 quickly. I'm going to send you to break. We're going to come back from break, and I'm going to put you directly into a group breakout session to talk about these. And I want you guys to be talking in your groups about all of this stuff. And the reason I'm giving you the background about Texas Realtors and our PAC and all of this others is so that you can take to your group maybe a new perspective that maybe we didn't have before. I want you guys to come back to me with your response to these. What's the importance of the Realtor Code of Ethics? Can you violate the code without knowing? If you can violate the code from how knowing, how do you fix that wrong? Or what do you do about it? And give me an example. What should you do if you witness somebody else violate the code of ethics? What would you want someone to do if they saw you violate the code? Because most of the code is violated without the agent's awareness or even knowing that that's a thing. And is one violation of the code of ethics more serious than another violation of the code? And of course, these 6 are all supposed to be very thought-provoking. I'll tell you something that maybe some of you already know and some of you don't, but the code is something that I take very seriously. Ethics is something that I take very seriously. And I have been involved in your realtor organization for more than 15 years on professional standards. And in 2020, I served as the chairman of Texas Realtors professional standards. And I led us through the 2020 changes, where 2 profound things happened that year. And one of them, I was the driver behind. And the driver that I was behind, I didn't have a lot of support for, and I put my neck out there, which was forcing more education regarding the code of ethics, because we had legal 1 and legal 2 at the time, and legal 2 checked off the box for your code of ethics training, but there actually wasn't any code of ethics training in it. And I whistle blew. I went to NAR and told NAR that there's no code of ethics training going on in Texas, and they took away Texas's right to use legal 2 as that, and that's now why you have to take your quadrannual NAR ethics training. You can love me or hate me for it, but I am 100% unilaterally responsible for it. That wouldn't have happened had I not gone out on that tangent, because I remember coming to Texas and I remember taking code of ethics training, but that code of ethics training, after a while, I realized, how come I haven't had code of ethics training? When's the last, I remember taking it, and then it dawned on me one day, it was in California, it was the last time I had taken code of ethics training. And I researched it and then looked into it and found out that there was no code of ethics training. And my God, if we're not even being trained on code of ethics and no one's reading it, of course no one's going to abide by it. And I was very offended by that. So we changed that. The second thing that happened that year that I had absolutely nothing to do with, but was very proud of, which was changing the code of ethics to apply to all of your activities versus just the activities that you're in real estate with. So when we get back from break, this is going to be 50 points for your group. This is the first time you'll have had breakout session points. So for the group, everybody in your group will get an extra 50 points on your totals for the group that gives me the best information regarding these 6. It's 11:05. Let's come back from break at 11:15. As soon as we get back, we're going to jump right into our breakout sessions. I'll see you back after break. And Matthew, I see your hand up. I missed that somehow. I guess I was on a tangent. Did you have a question?
Sorry, Jack, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good.
All right, awesome. I've been traveling for the past couple days, but I just wanted to say that the flood maps are literally changing in Austin on a daily basis. Climate change, all that stuff, like things are actually, going into effect. So I just want to put everybody out there to definitely check your flood maps. A lot of people don't even realize, property owners, that they're now in a floodplain. So
Matthew, I actually have a lot of information on FEMA flood maps and how those work. If you want to reach out to me offline, because that's one of the things the insurance committee handles at the NAR level, it's more complicated on the flood maps than you think. Happy to explain.
Okay, yeah, 100%. I just want to put that out there, like, just everyone check your flood maps and get that up to date, because if a property was at a flood map before, or sorry, if it wasn't in a flood map, doesn't mean that it's not going to be.
Well, what most people
whenever
don't
you sell.
understand is flood maps are actually political, and they have to be approved at the local level.
Okay.
So
Okay.
what you have is entities, government entities, not wanting to update flood maps because that affects property values.
Yes, it does.
So
I mean,
there are
like
other,
100%.
so First
affects
Street,
it.
so you can go to First Street. It's another entity that you can go that's backed by NAR, put in the address, and it'll give you a fire risk and a flood risk. That's outside of FEMA. And it's more real time and more accurate. Well, they think it's more accurate, but it's gonna, most of the flood maps, most of the floods in our area, it's only basically they only take a look at what's actually on the coast. The further you go inland, they don't do it. And those haven't been updated in many years. So as we create new roads, create new buildings and new developments, all of that water movement changes. So
Well, yeah, 100%. I mean, like I was looking at flood maps earlier for a property, and like it was like 1995.
Yeah, and that's normal. So what I would suggest to people, if they think that it's a problem, just go ahead and get flood insurance. There's no reason why you can get flood insurance in Zone X. And what most people don't realize is that, an inch of water in your house is tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, repairs. So actually flood insurance on a zone X is actually quite reasonable. And it's not gonna be required by law, it's gonna be required by your homeowner's insurance.
And then sometimes when
Right.
you have flood insurance and they change the flood zone, you're grandfathered into the old rates. Not always, but sometimes. So it's very smart to get it.
Yeah, and it's, you
Right.
get it, you have, there's usually a 30-day grace period when you get insurance before any claims can be turned in. So you just can't see a storm coming and file for insurance and then turn in a claim.
One of my favorite statistics is that more floods happen in non-flood zones than in actual flood zones. And that's
It was actually, it's like $66 billion worth of flooding happens and there's no insurance in the United States. People don't have flood insurance because they don't think they're in a floodable area. So
and it's our job as a real estate agent to bring these types of things to their purview. And so imagine if you were that agent that recommended that they get flood insurance, they did, and they had flood insurance and you saved the day. That is what representation is all about. I love that, Cindy. Thank you so much. Stephen, I see your hand up too. And thank you, Matthew, for that dialogue because that was very productive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is pertaining to the ethics training. Just before Mega had started, I did my ABOR orientation. But I have not taken like the ethics training. So I've looked on NAR and it basically directs me back to ABOR. And then
Steven, guess what?
You offer it here.
This class is that class.
This is that. Okay, cool.
You get credit for this class for ethics. So make sure you turn in your hours to Miguel so that he can turn that in.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need you here where we need you? Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
And with us today is the one and only amazing Mary Beth Ray. Unfortunately, it looks like maybe her microphone is not working today. But thank you, Mary Beth, for being with us. And if you want to test out your microphone, we can try that again. All right. I am super, super excited about this breakout session. I love hearing about your concentrated thought on these 6 topics. So please take this one seriously, dig deep. I know you guys always do, but this one is super important to me and your profession. All right, I'm going to put you guys in smaller groups. So you're going to have 6 rooms. Please, the very first thing you do, I want you to pick your group spokesperson, someone that maybe has not done it before. And then you're going to get a full 10 minutes. And the group with the best answers to these are going to get 50 points each. All right. I am okay with sending you back to your rooms if you need more time. Raise your hand if you feel like you needed more time or if you felt like that was plenty enough time. Raise your hand if you do not need more time.
We were like on the last question.
All right. I'm going to put you back in there for 5 more minutes. Sometimes we need more time, sometimes not. So you got 5 more minutes. Okay. We're going to do this a little bit differently than we've done it in the past. Sorry. We're going to do this a little differently than we've done it in the past. Who is my group 1 group captain? Nelly, okay. I am going to pin you so everyone can see. I'm going to spotlight. I think I can spotlight more than people. Mm-hmm. Who is my group 2 captain?
I'm not sure.
Okay, Ever. Thank you.
Ever's for group 2.
And my group 3 captain. All right, Joyce, thank you. And my group 4 captain.
Me.
Adam. Okay, thank you. Add spotlight. And my group 5.
Rebecca, me. Oh, wrong person, sorry.
Not Rebecca?
Yeah, Katie for group 5.
Okay.
Purely by peer pressure.
Okay. And Rebecca, are you the group captain at a 6?
I guess I am. Sorry about that.
No, no, that's perfectly right. All right, cool. All right. So we have Nelly, we have Ever, we have Joyce, we have Adam, Katie, and Rebecca. Okay. How we're going to do this differently is we're going to ask the first question and we're going to go down 1 through 5. And then second, we're going to go 5 back, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then the third question. So we're not going to hear all 5 from the same captain. We're going to instead rotate through each number and through each captain first. So Nelly, what did your group say that is the most important thing for the Realtor Code of Ethics? What's the importance of it?
Right. So the importance in our group is we feel that it fosters trust and confidence amongst real estate professionals and the public.
I love that. Thank you, Nelly. Thank you, Group 1. Ever, what did your group say?
We said that it's the standard and guidance for decision making when ethical issues arise.
Okay. Thank you, Group 2. Thank you, Ever. Group 3, Joyce.
I'm answering number 1, right?
Yep. Yes, please.
Okay. We said we need to have guidance, which would protect us and the consumer. It will keep us real to ourselves. If we don't have them, we could be out here, in the words of Camille, John Wayning it. So we just need to do that to learn them and educate ourselves on them.
Thank you. And I need you guys to pay close attention to what your group captains are saying. Everyone's group captain, because we're going to vote in a minute. And I don't want you to vote on your group. I want you to vote only on whose group had the best information that may have been your group. Adam.
Yes. So it holds accountability and transparency for actions as a real estate agent, and also upholds an image for a real estate agent. Because we do see on social media, saying that, oh yeah, real estate agents are salespeople and they're lower than scum and they just want the commission. So the code of ethics upholds an image for everyone. Like, okay, hey, maybe all real estate agents are not bad. That or some are good out there that wants the best for their clients.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. Katie. And Adam, we can only see you from the eyes up. So there you go. Katie, you're up.
Our group said that the importance of the code of ethics is to have our blueprint for our career just in our heads, in our daily practice. When the importance of it is keeping it in our daily practice so that everything we do, be it prospecting or with our business, we are holding that standard. And that way we will stay on the right path.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Group 5. And Rebecca, what did
Okay,
your group say?
our importance for us, basically, it's a rule book and the guide. It's a guideline for us so that we can hold the standards also to it. Basically, it just gives us, lets us know our expectations of what we have to give when it gets talking about our clients. So that's basically what.
Okay. I'd like you to vote for the group that gave you the goosebumps. We should have 33 people vote. We're at 23 of 32. So we're going to keep going until we have, I'm not sure, we've got Classroom and Miguel. So that should be 29. Actually, it should be 30. So we've got 27 people who have voted. I need 4 more. Actually 29. So there's 2 people who have not voted. 32, 31, 30, 29. So there's 28 that have voted. Okay, so I am going to end the poll here. 28 out of 32 voted, which is what I'm going to want to see on all of the other ones. I'm going to share the results. Group 1, you just got 50 points. Everybody in group 1 just got 50 points. All right, so now we're going to do question number 2, but we're going to start from the bottom up. So, Rebecca, you are back again. What
Can you, excuse me, can you remind us on before we vote on who was the person for who was the group spokesperson for which group?
Nellie was the group spokesperson for 1. So good job, Nellie. Good job, group 1. Oops, I did that accidentally. Ignore that. Okay, so Rebecca, you're back up. Number 2, can you violate the code without knowing it?
Most definitely.
Now we're gonna combine 2 and 3 for this one, right? So can you violate the code without knowing it? And if you can, what should you do to fix the wrong?
Okay, so yes, you can violate the code of ethics without knowing. And in our group, we did discuss about ways that you can fix the wrong. And basically, we said by being honest, transparent, being apologetic. We spoke about the actually the example that you gave of when you're with an actual client and they're in the lease, and the first thing you want to say is, hey, you can basically have the reletting fee and you can get out of that lease, pay the reletting fee. And we never knew that we could get in trouble for doing that. So that is something that basically knowing the code of ethics now and reading it will help us to understand what it is that we don't know what we're doing. And so I'm actually glad about that. So, but once again, being honest, transparent, apologetic, just learning the wrongs and so you won't make the same mistake again the next time.
Thank you, Nellie. Thank you, group 6. Excellent job. Group 5, Katie.
Okay, yes. So our group, we talked about an example of how you can, quote, accidentally violate code of ethics. And one of the examples we talked about is maybe when that could result from lack of training and education, depending on where you are, and you're filling out a contract and you're not getting the right training. Maybe you're accidentally practicing law by putting in something in the wrong spot on the contract, and you're just trying to make this deal work and it sounds good to you. And then it takes time to realize, or maybe finally the manager sees the contract go through and you're like, oh, Katie, you're not supposed to do this. And so the steps to an accidental violation would be to have that transparency, to have that accountability, and to speak with your broker sales manager on how to fix it and communicate that with your client. We also believe that there's some other violations that come with that intent, like commingling. You kind of have to have that specific intent to do something wrong, and then those violations should be handled appropriately, and that could result in losing your license. But unintentionally, yes, with lack of training or how you handled your past career, just that transparency of having those kind of ethics ready as your blueprint so you don't get started into the wrong path.
Thank you, group 5. Thank you, Katie. Excellent work. You guys had very good dialogue. Adam, group 5. No.
Yes.
Adam, group 4. Sorry.
4? Okay. Yeah, of course, agents, they can violate the code of ethics because if they're not up to date or not know the ethics, how would they know if they're breaking it? But yeah, you can break it without knowing. And the only way to prevent that from happening is to staying up to date, reading code of ethics, going through it daily, weekly, just do like a reminder of what not to do. Just like the same thing with the 1 and 4 was it sale contract. If you don't know a certain section, you don't want to put wrong information, especially section 12, the special provision. Like going back to what Katie said, you know, you fill that out, now you're practicing law, and that's like a big no-no because we're not, you know, lawyers. But yeah, just to prevent it from happening, just stay up to date, read. That's about it.
Okay, so which paragraph is special provisions?
I think it was 12. I was looking at it
Number,
earlier.
number
11 or
11.
12.
11.
Ah,
11. There you go. See?
all right. Good old chicken legs. Number 11. I used to be a bingo caller when I was younger.
There we go. Number 11. I was close enough.
You were definitely in the neighborhood. You would have found it. All right. Thank you. Adam, thank you, group 4. Group 3, Joyce.
We said, yes, you can definitely violate it without knowing. And I think our example was the same as group 6, where if you are helping maybe a lease client where they say like, oh, I have a lease for the next couple months. I know for myself, it's easy to be like, now I know better now, but to say, oh yeah, talk to the manager, maybe you can break your lease or try to, find somebody to sublet for you, something like that. It's wrong. It is wrong. And I know that now. And how we can fix our wrongs is our group said, educate, 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 educate.
Wonderful. I love it. All right. Good job. Very, very good job. Ever group 2, what did you come up with?
Answer to number 2 is yes. You can definitely violate it without knowing. Just a quick example is you giving that advice. I think it was Joyce who just mentioned when you said, yeah, you might be able to get out of your lease, or even worse, if a prospective client is already repped, you giving them advice as to how to do it is definitely a violation. Not everybody knows that. And I think you can fix it by making sure that you do understand the code of ethics, familiarizing yourself with it and making sure that you understand it. Part of our homework that you mentioned is writing in something that you don't understand, writing in a sentence. And I think for the most part, most agents don't do that. We're just we're trying to familiarize ourselves with it, but not really understand it. And I think that's the key. I would say always ask for advice if in doubt. If there's anything that you consider borderline, don't hesitate to check with your manager or your broker and seek advice.
We have created a culture here of having a chain of people that you can talk to. You've got Michael, you've got Lisa, you've got Cindy Bell, and myself. So there are a lot of people here. So if you are in doubt, always err on the side of caution and go and make sure that you have the right answer. That's a culture that we've created that's important to us. So thank you for bringing that out into the forefront era. Ever. Good job. And group 1, Nelly. And you are on mute. There you
Okay, so to question number 2, if we can violate the code unknowingly, of course you can, simply by not being aware and a lack of understanding. So what I think is that you should always do is when in doubt, just ask. If something doesn't feel right, simply ask. More than likely you're violating the code of ethics, right? And also, an example would be maybe just being around other realtors and just hearing them say which company not to go to. And that is actually violating it, as I was recently informed by Jack. So what you want to do is maybe pull that person aside and wait. That's number 4. Never mind. Just that was the example.
Yep. And don't anyone think that I talked to her about that. She heard that in class, just like Melissa, you heard that in class. So it sounded like she got herself in trouble, and I don't want anyone to think that because that's not at all the
That's
case.
what he just said. Yeah.
All right. Good job, Nelly. All right. So I'm going to relaunch the poll, and we're going to do the same thing again. Pick the group that gave you the goosebumps. 15 of you have voted. 20. We're looking for 28 again. We are sitting at 26, 27. All right, good job. All right. We're going to end the poll there. Thank you very much. Group 6 is the winner. So, Rebecca, congratulations. Your entire group just got 50 points, each one of you. So, Rebecca and everyone on Rebecca's team. All right, so now we're going to answer number 5 and 6. Actually, we're going to do all of these in one. They'll all come together. Actually, we're not. We're gonna keep rolling. We're gonna run this on because that's a good conversation, all on its own. What a violation? Want someone? Nope. We're going to just do this in one. I'm sorry. All right. Starting with Nelly again. We're gonna go down the list. What should you do if you witness a violation? And then, what would you want someone to do if they saw you violate the code of ethics? And then, is one violation more serious than another?
Okay, cool. So if I witness someone violating the code of ethics, I would just, kind of stay near and listen. And whenever if I see that person again, or once I can get that person alone, I would just let them know that, hey, did you know that that was on there? And just kind of make it, kind of say it in that form. I'm just educated about them. And then if I was the one that was violating, I definitely want somebody to bring that to my attention because I do want to be the best that I can possibly be, right? So that would be helping me be better. And if anyone violates, yeah, there's more serious others. They are more than are serious than others. Some violations are much more serious. Some of them involve fines, getting your license revoked. So yeah, you really have to be careful with that.
Okay. Thank you, Group 1. Thank you, Nelly. Group 2, Ever. You are muted, Ever. Let me hit the unmute button for you.
How's this? Can you hear me now?
100%.
All right. So for number 4, I think you if you find yourself in a situation where there is a code of ethics being done, you want to make sure that you don't become part of it. You might want to advise them that this is a violation of the code of ethics and that you're not going to be part of it. A quick example is people gossiping in Facebook. You want to separate yourself from that and advise that you are not part of it. I think the required thing is for us to notify our broker and have them deal with it. And typically it's going to be broker to broker. 5, what would you want someone to do if they saw you? Hopefully they would advise me and let me know that it is a violation of the code. Make me aware of it, and if possible, provide guidance. That's usually going to come from the brokerage, but if it's from another realtor to realtor, it would be good for them to make us aware of it. 6, are there any violations more serious than others? Definitely. Marcy gave us an example last week about that agent that and I think she did this in the mini mega, where she went to the Dallas ABLE meeting, and one of the agents had been caught commingling funds, and he was automatically I think he got his license taken away. It wasn't just suspended, or he wasn't fined. So I would imagine something like that, or even practicing law, is going to be require more significant penalties than maybe you getting caught gossiping or something less serious.
Thank you, Ever. I'm gonna after we're done with this, I'm gonna follow up on some of the things that you said. Joyce, number 3, Group 3.
We said, what should you do if you witness a violation? we said, bring it to the person, say, hey, maybe we could learn the ethics together, the code of ethics together. So we can all help each other. And number 5, what to do if someone saw us, we would like to get feedback so that we can learn and say, hey, can you please correct me if you see that? Because I would like to be better at what I'm doing. And number 6, we said all are equal, but some violations can cost you more.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. Thank you, group 3. All right, Adam, 4. What did your group talk about on these 3?
We talked about, let's see, we would want that person that's witnessing or witnessing us, or we witnessing them, for them to tell us like, hey, that's not right, and point it out and point us in the right direction of, hey, here's the code of ethics on this website. Just so you know that it's not just me telling you, it's on the website, so that way they have factual information, so that way if anything does happen and they try to pin that on you because you gave them the wrong information, they can always refer back to the code of ethics. But yeah, we wouldn't want them to tell them or tell us if we're in the wrong. Then for the violation, yeah, all the violation is a serious matter, but it's different levels to it. And if it's not handled soon and properly, it could lead into bigger issues as well. And for the extent of each violation, that can also depend on the judge, because I've seen judges give the maximum a penalty for something that's very minuscule, just to make an example of you, so that way others will not do the same as you did.
Thank you, Adam. Good job. 5, Katie, what'd you come up with? What'd your group talk about?
Sure. So our group, we talked about, if we were to witness a violation, we feel that depending on the situation of who it is or who that other agent is, if they're either at a brokerage or the cooperating agent, we feel that if we are working with them and we can bring it up in an email, something that can be documented, or our recorded dialer to record that conversation. Hey, that felt like a violation. Article 9, this agreement should be in writing, or XYZ. Can we confirm that this isn't a violation of code of ethics, and how can we move on from here, depending on the situation? Or we would just want to go straight to our sales manager or broker and see if a track complaint should be in the works. And that kind of goes the same for us receiving feedback as well, just like the other group leaders have shared, getting that direct feedback so that we can be in check and make sure that we can be better and better. Or if we need to go to an extent of, having even just a shared meeting with our sales manager, making sure that we can move on with transparency and honesty, or repair of education, or seal the deal, whatever, depending on the situation, if it is in a transaction. And if one violation is more serious than another, our group did touch on, of course, the more serious violations like commingling, we talked a lot about, and discrimination, if there's just that flat out intent of like, this is just not okay, and it needs to be handled right away. Or is somebody having just a very lack of education right now and needs a mentor, or some provided brokerage assistance?
Thank you, Katie. Good job. And last but least, we have group 6. Rebecca, what did your group talk about?
Okay, so this was such a fun topic. Reason being, the first part, what should you do if you witness a violation? And in an honest, real world, a lot of people are like, I don't want to get in someone else's business. But we told each other, hey, what we do is pull the person aside and let them know, are you aware that you're violating a code? Because it could be a brand new person, that actually doesn't know or haven't gone over the code of ethics. I did put myself out there as one. I am not a new agent, but I kind of brand myself new as now, because when I first got my license, I basically just quit. So I'm starting again, and I am learning things I never learned before. So for me, I'm kind of still a new agent. So I related that to myself, that there are certain things that I actually could probably be doing and not know. So I wouldn't want someone to just bypass me and let me just continue to do it. So back to that answer, if what would you do? Um, I would we would let the associate, sorry, the the agent know that there is something wrong and maybe they need new training. And once again, what would you do if you did it? I would want someone to come and once again let me know that I actually was doing something wrong and just not let me fall by the wayside. Um, so we did answer that question as we would want someone to let us know what we're doing. And we talked about, is one violation more serious than the other? And this is kind of where we went into, a sin is a sin, but we also know that all sins are the same. But we talked about, hey, murdering someone is a different sin than adultery. So our group was kind of fun, but we ultimately basically said that yes, one violation is more serious than the other. If you break it down to like commingling, like you said, versus someone saying, hey, you can break your lease, those are two different levels of seriousness. And as we talked about, the outcomes could be very detrimental and different when it comes to the board. But we did decide on that the violation, like one violation is more serious than the other. But that was an awesome discussion. Wish we had more time to talk about it, but it was kind of fun.
I do think it's fun, and we're gonna do more of these as you guys take my ethics class and my contracts class, rollout classes separately, my ABR, my GRI, all the classes I teach. We do lots of dialogue, break things down. So please feel free and be encouraged to take more classes. More fun to come. All right, this is our poll for this last one, 4, 5, and 6. Pick the group that gave you the goosebumps. Actually, there's a group that I am going to give a gift card to because of the dialogue. Unfortunately, it's not the group that's going to get it. It's the group captain that's going to get the gift card. Emilium's very disappointed. All right. We have 26. We need 2 more people to vote. We're missing a vote or 2. All right, cool. All right, I'm going to end the poll there. I'm going to share the results. The winner by far is group 5. So group 5, which is Katie's group. Everyone in Katie's group is going to also get 50 points. So Nellie's group 1, got 50 points. Rebecca's group, got 50 points, and Katie's group got 50 points. Let me take a quick snapshot of these, because if I don't, nobody will ever get the points. All right, there is my group 1. Group 1 is Samantha, Guadalupe, Laura, Meg, and Nellie. 50 points for you. Rebecca, group 6. We have Derek, Jamara, and Rebecca in group 6. And then in Katie's group 5 is Knock, Des, Emilium, Isolde. All right, so if you did not hear your name, please email me. Somehow you are not in Teams showing me that you were part of that group. Let me email these to Lisa so that we do not forget. Ever, I'm giving you a gift card. I'm giving you a gift card because you said some things that's really impactful. 50 points each. Lisa. There is a lot of rhetoric going on in Facebook. There's a lot of rhetoric going on out there in the world that is not productive, that you don't want to be associated with, and you don't want to have an ethics violation put against you by association. And I've seen that happen just by mere association or being part of the group. So he said, broker to broker, if you see someone filing the code of ethics, take it to your manager and your broker so it can be broker to broker. I think that's very powerful. I think sometimes we jump in the role of a policymaker ourselves, and sometimes that's not productive. I think that that's smart. The Facebook comments that you made, because there is so much going on out there. I have personally, and I recommend that you remove yourself from those Facebook groups. Broker Underground and Lab Coat Agents. They are full. I'll tell you, one of the things that makes me so disappointed as a broker is when I see my agents going out there and asking questions on those Facebook groups. When you have managers here that have the right answer, and agents, we see our agents asking questions that are basic questions, and then them getting a whole host of different answers, and agents often pick the one they like the most, and that's not the one that is often the right answer. So stay away from those. So make sure that you're not part of it. So thank you, Ever. I'm putting this gift card here. Miguel will put it in your mailbox. Let me break these down in words, because you guys did a great job. I'm just going to add a few things. The importance of the Realtor Code of Ethics is accountability, and a baseline accountability, holding us all accountable to a code and raising the bar of professionalism in our profession. We are a profession. We were the first profession to come up with a voluntary code, and that voluntary code was designed for one thing: professionalism, to raise the bar. And raising the bar of professionalism is all designed for one thing: to protect the consumer, to make sure that we have consumer confidence, the consumers trust us. And that is the most important thing. Number two, can you violate the code without knowing it? People do it every day. And how can you avoid that? Understand what the code says, because these are codes that you have to abide by. I don't know how many agents have come to me and said, no one told me that I had to have a sign permit on my signs, and all my signs were thrown away. How dare the city? Well, ignorance is not an excuse for the law, nor is it an excuse for the code of ethics. How do you fix a wrong? First, you own it, and you hold yourself to a different standard and own it, and then show that it wasn't bad faith. Show that it was something that you just didn't know, and that now that you know this, that that's never going to happen again. Defensive posture when an agent violates the code is the number one reason that it's taken to the next level, because the person who brought it to them immediately told that not only does an agent not care about our code, but they don't want to be better, and they were defensive about it. So be very careful and not take a defensive posture or make excuses. Excuses are disease. Defensive posture is almost a recipe for having a violation placed against you. And at that point, you are sitting in a room in a hearing with a hearing panel, and you're now defending yourself in front of a group of your peers. And the outcome could have your name listed on your Realtor Association's website as someone who's violated the code, because the associations now have the power to do that. And what would you want someone to do if they witnessed you violate the code? Well, I would hope that you would want someone to come to you and to tell you that they just saw this happen, and let you know that what you've done is lower the bar of professionalism, and make you aware of it in the first place. So if that's what you all said, well, I would really rather someone come to me and tell me about it instead of go to the board or my broker and tell them about it. I know I said that I like what Ever said about going to the broker. I'm going to tell you when it's time to go to the broker. But we have an obligation in this profession of self-policing. Our Realtor Association doesn't have the ability to file a complaint against you. Trek doesn't have the ability to file a complaint against you unless somebody else filed a complaint against you, and through the complaint process of investigation, they found additional complaints, and then they are required to tack those on. One of which, by the way, is not providing sufficient and ample evidence or documentation when a case is brought to you, or if you don't respond to it in a certain amount of time, it's an automatic layering of additional violations. Is one violation more serious than another? My answer is, how badly was the consumer hurt? How badly was the reputation tarnished of our profession? And was it done in bad faith? If it was done in bad faith and there was more damage done, then obviously it's going to be more serious because the repercussions were more serious. Was there financial harm? Was it bad faith? Was it done through, a mistake, or was it calculated? Because if it was calculated, then we have someone in this profession that doesn't need to be here. But if someone in this profession makes a mistake and they didn't know what they did was wrong, and that's corrective behavior, that's what the code is for, and that's why we are self-policed. And I take you back to the preamble and what it says. It says that in recognition and appreciation of the obligations that we have under the Code of Ethics to our clients, customers, and the public, and to each other as professionals, we are to continually strive to become and remain informed on issues affecting real estate, and as knowledgeable professionals, we willingly share the fruit of our experience and study with others, including ourselves. We have an obligation to help each other out. We have an obligation to respect each other, to communicate with each other, and to raise the bar. And if one person is a bully, if one person is posturing and telling you that you're wrong and being disrespectful, the job of a realtor is not to put on boxing gloves and get into a boxing glove and whoever beats each other up the most wins. That is not productive. That is not what this profession is about. And that does not help us win for our consumer. So if your client is asking you to do something that violates the code, violates your personal code, or lowers the bar of professionalism in the industry, you say no. Or you say, I can understand how you could come to that conclusion, but perhaps there's a more productive way of achieving this. And try to talk them through it, because yelling and being disrespectful to other real estate agents mean that you have no business being in this profession at all, because nowhere in it are we trial lawyers. We don't get the theatrics, should not be here. We're to advise our clients and give them all of the answers that they need to be able to make informed decisions, and they make decisions, not us. So just be very aware and cognizant of all of these things. And the thing that I really just want to get back to again, and we're going to talk about a lot of this more, is the bad faith element. At the point you see an agent out there that that has done something, and you have a conversation with them about it, and they're defensive and they cuss at you and they belittle you as all you were trying to do is help, bring it to your manager, and then your manager can assist you with what we're going to do with the next steps. We are self-policed. Trek begs us to take these to the next level and file a complaint. There have been 4 complaints, I think, that I have filed in my career. So I'm not out there throwing punches or filing complaints against people because they made a mistake. I can tell you that I can't count on either of my digits on my hands or feet how many times I have called an agent, taken an agent out to coffee, sat them down, and had a conversation with them, get a contract on an expired form, a contract that's filled out incorrectly, and they're just completely lost. And I'm not going to call them an idiot and tell them they're stupid and tell them to go with their manager. In the spirit of working with my client, I am going to try to figure out how I can keep this agent from having their client lose faith in them. Because if there's a client on the other side of that, my job is to help them look good in front of their client to keep this thing moving forward. Because if they've made a mistake and I spotlight that on purpose and try to make and throw them under the bus and make them look dumb and stupid in front of their client's going to lose faith on them. And if their client lose faith on them, then the integrity of the transaction is now been eroded, and that does not help my client's position. So we have to do quite the opposite, and it's not helping our profession either. So let's do the right thing by having empathy and helping our fellow agent. And at the point where there is no helping them, then we file a complaint. The number one reason that people don't file complaints is they're afraid of retribution. They're afraid in a small market that they're going to have to work with that agent again. And if they file a complaint, then the agent's never going to work with them again. Well, that may be the case, but we have to rise above that and do the right thing, because your code of ethics says that if you see someone do something that's unethical, that you will take it to them. And then if there's no corrective behavior there, that you'll take it to the next level and that you'll bring it to an enforcement action, because we do need to weed the field. Some weeds in the field is very destructive. Dimitri.
Yes. So, what do you do if you don't want to be like a part of conversation by accident? Like, for example, so yesterday, a realtor texted me about, like, it was like a violation of antitrust law. I think he started talking about standard commission and how he will provide me 30% provide to me 30% of like a standard commission, and it's not good to have that in text messages, right?
I think that in a situation like that, when you have more than two agents talking about commissions, you have antitrust. When you tell the consumer that there's a standard commission, then it's antitrust because you're colluding. If someone is offering you a referral fee and you're negotiating for a transaction, we're not setting commissions anymore because I'm not competing against that person. That person is trying to hire me and pay me a referral fee. And in being paid a referral fee, that's not antitrust. So different conversation there. You're right, though, that an agent should not say things like standard referral fee, but they can say that my standard referral fee is, because you have the right to have a standard fee, but you can't say that my fee is standard across the board in the profession. I can have a standard fee, but there is no such thing as a standard fee in our profession. So the distinction that the lawsuits brought to light and that we have been trying to get real estate agents to see, which is part of the Sherman Antitrust Act, that we cannot price fix. And part of the conversation of price fix is by telling the consumer that the price has a standard fee in the first place, because if there's a standard fee, then there's not a negotiable fee. Now, all commissions are negotiable. That's right, because the consumer can negotiate with different firms to find someone that's going to work for what they're asking for. And that doesn't mean that the agent has to say yes. Our fee at this brokerage is X amount. That's our fee. But I want to negotiate that. I understand. This is my fee. And we're going to have a conversation later about that. But fees are negotiable, but my fee isn't. Does that make sense? Because the negotiation part of it is you can always hire someone else. But if you want the best, this is my fee. Now, agents who feel desperate are agents who often will discount their fee because they feel desperate. How do you not be a desperate agent? Well, we focus on income producing tasks, filling our pipelines, working with people who know, love, and trust us, have a database, and work our spheres. Your spheres are not going to be asking you to discount your commission. It's a very, very rare thing. I can literally count on one hand how many times in the 1,000 transactions plus that I've closed, 1,000 transactions that, not that I've been a broker of, because I've been a broker of almost 10,000 transactions. I've been a broker of representing clients as an agent 1,000 times. In those cases, I can count on one hand how many times someone's asked me to discount my commission, even going all the way back to when I was a brand new agent. Is it ethical for a realtor to swear to protect and obey a code but have never read it? Is it possible for a realtor to fully obey a code that they have never read? And have you ever read the code? And of course, it's one of those questions that just makes you think, okay, I need to do better. Now that this has been brought to light and I can see this in a different light, And I understand now that it's not just a bright and shiny, what's it called? The golden rule. It's not the golden rule. It's a set of business practices and standards of procedures that we've all agreed to perform. I will follow these procedures, and if you do, so that means we need to know what they are. So hopefully, and in your homework, you're going to see, I'm going to be asking you guys to please bring me back a list of things in the code, at least something that you don't understand. And then we're going to talk about that in our next class, which is usually probably the most productive learning, because if you're confused about it, other people are too. Enforcement spotlight. So we're gonna go through a couple of these. I know we owe you a break. We're gonna push forward a little bit more. Listing agent Sarah, she lives in the same neighborhood as a listed property. Maybe Sarah's even the neighbor, and she see a sign go up next door to her. These are true stories, by the way. When it says enforcement spotlight, these came directly out of actual cases, and I've got a drawer full of old case files in my file. Excited about the possibility of neighbors with things in common, because Sarah saw a agent put a coming soon sign in the yard next door, and then saw it go active, and then saw the pending sign go up. And as she was looking out the window and saw the agent arrive to put up the under contract sign, she went outside and had dialogue with her neighbor. Now, she's an agent, but she's standing in her robe with a cup of coffee in her hand, talking to the agent. She's curious to know who her neighbor is going to be. And she asked, hey, do you know where they go to church? Small town. She asked what race they are. Now, she also asked if they have any kids. So it wasn't a situation where the agent was feeling like that this prospective neighbor who also is licensed was going to be disappointed if the homeowners were one race over another, or disappointed if they're going to one church versus another, or disappointed whether or not they had kids. They were just curious about this particular buyer and who was going to be her neighbor. Based on that feedback, has Sarah violated the code of ethics? Yes or no? Raise your hand if you believe no. Raise your hand if you believe yes. The answer is yes. It is a very, very clear violation of Article, which one? Yes. I'm seeing all kinds of people. I'm seeing Stephen and Emilium and lots of you holding up all your fingers saying 10.
11.
It is Article 10. It is our fair housing. A license holder may not act in a manner that could be interpreted to indicate a preference based on a protected class. Even asking the question could be interpreted to indicate a preference just by asking the question. The rules say even asking a question that could be interpreted is a violation. So the answer is, it is a violation of Article 10. And a violation of Article 10, for the most part, is a career-ending event that you will not make your way out of. Asking that question is a career-ending event. There are certain things you do not talk about. I'll never forget it. I had a client in my Suburban in 2008, and they kept making little comments, and then another comment, and then another comment, and it was all racial comments. And it got to the point where I said, in my car, we will not be having conversations about any of that. and I was stern and I was serious. And guess what? We made it to the closing table and we never had a conversation about that ever again. There are people that are going to try to coach you and to enlist you into their way of thinking and their dialogue. And you have to draw a line in the sand and say, we are not having conversations about that. Do you understand? And you have to make that clear. And if you can't do that, it's better to be bold and have that conversation and tell them, we're not going to have those conversations. You don't have to elaborate and yell at them and tell them they're bad human beings, because it's not for us to change the world. You can decide if you want to fire them or not, depending on how far that's gone, because there are certain people I will walk away from and say, nope, I don't even want you in my life, because we're dealing with the general public. And there's lots of stuff going on out there. But for the most part, when I see them kind of boiling up to those questions, we're not going to have that conversation. Now, there are some questions that I get from my clients that I am going to dig a little bit deeper. For example, I have a lot of Indian clients, and they love to ask me the same question. We want to live in an Indian community because we want our kids to be in an Indian community where they can grow up and be raised around other Indian kids. It is a cultural thing for them, and they want to ask me that question every single time. And I tell them, did you know that I could lose my license for even beginning to answer that question? And they are shocked. They are shocked. They are blown away. They're like, what? And I said, our nation has a very, very difficult past when it comes to these sorts of things. And what our federal government doesn't want is agents aiding consumers on where they're going to live. And I leave it at that. And they get it. The light bulb goes on and like, wow. And then I say, but I have a lot of Indian clients that I've worked with before. I'm going to get you in touch with a couple of clients that I've had in the past, and that you can talk to them about that, because number one, they're a heck of a lot more qualified to answer that question than me. And they appreciate that too. So now I'm the source of the source. I've not angered anyone. They totally get it and understand it's productive. And I haven't violated the code, and I haven't come anywhere near putting my license at risk, and it's productive. And my clients appreciate that I know the limits of my profession and how to help them without putting myself at risk. So my job is to help gear you with that exact same knowledge. And that's exactly where Long Island Divided got us in trouble. And that was in Long Island, where they did that little sting operation where they went to brokerages and they asked those kind of questions with a camera and a microphone in front of agents. And then they aired it on TV. And whether the agents liked it or not, their comments were on television in a sting. And by the way, all but one of those agents are no longer in the business, and 4 of those agents have been in the business for more than 30 years. Career ending. And one of them said, you don't want to live on that side of town unless you want your car broken into. And the other one said, well, if you don't mind your kids doing crack, another agent said. No longer in the business. And if that's how they're having conversations with their clients anyway, they really shouldn't have been here in the first place. But that's just my opinion. Okay. Sarah was found to be in violation because the agent was very uncomfortable about the questions, because now the agent felt like this person brought this to me and now I'm a party to it because it was a conversation. How do I know that this person isn't a sting person trying to catch me up into this same scenario that the news people were in? So she brought it to the board. The board looked at it and the agent said, well, I had no idea. And she was found in violation of TREC rule 531-19, Canons of Professional Ethics and Conduct, due to her inquiry. She took it to TREC. She didn't even take it to the board. And so she was found later in violation of the Code of Ethics for something else, but she was also found in violation, number 1, of TREC rule, and that is a really big deal. Taking me back to November of 2019, Newsday was the company that released this bombshell report entitled Long Island Divided. Newsday, they pair tested 12 Long Island real estate brokerages 3 times each. And of the 12 brokerages tested, 10 of them, 10, all but 2, violated the Code of Ethics and their own individual license acts, while only 2 resulted in no evidence of disparate treatment found. 36 out of 30 failed fair housing. That is an F for our profession. And guess what? Not only is it just kind of something we talk about, but the video is still online on Google for you to see and hear what they actually said. And in a moment, you're going to hear a little bit of it yourself before we go to lunch. When this bombshell news undercover sting hit the press and was released, the New York Senate convened and their committee investigated. Can you imagine having yourself on television saying something and the Senate in your state had to come together and convene to have a conversation about the conversations that happened at your brokerage? Those brokers, those agents decimated. And this is why it's so important that brokers grab their agents and pull them aside and sit them down and do this kind of training one-on-one, because your reputation, your legacy, and your ability to survive is on the line with every agent that you hire. They developed a statewide fair housing strategy, different than what they had before. They had proactive enforcement of fair housing laws, so they started doing other pair testings within the state itself, increased licensing and renewal education for fair housing laws, increase of penalties, and had more broader accountability for violating fair housing, greater government involvement to further the fair housing laws, which, by the way, is something that I sat with my elected officials while I was in DC to talk about additional funding in the United States to ensure that agents and consumers, that we further and we push these fair housing laws, because industry reform is and was needed and is needed. Now, it's also how Fairhaven was born. In Fairhaven, I ask each of you to go through and take Fairhaven, but also there is other courses that we have in real estate that I'm going to be talking to you guys about as well from NAR. But in 2020, NAR, within 6 months of this coming out, had already launched Fairhaven. They've been able to enhance it since then, and they've made it better. Has anybody seen the Realty Texas Fairhaven video that we've put out to the world? Has anybody seen it?
Is it on your onboard?
Where we live affects our opportunities to thrive, both today and for generations to come. As real estate agents, we have power as trusted guides to help clients and communities, or we will lock people out of the benefits of home ownership. In our line of work, we must adhere to the laws and our code of ethics. The concept is simple. Treat everyone fairly and put the needs of our clients above our own. Providing equal service benefits our business, our clients, and our communities. Welcome to Texas. From our major metropolitan cities to our thriving suburban areas, our state is attracting new business, tourists, and of course, new residents. As a potential home buyer, you'll get to explore everything that Texas has to offer. No matter what you're looking for, there's a place and a price point that fits your wants and needs. We at Realty Texas believe that helping our clients find their dream homes while adhering to fair housing principles is the baseline. Our core values and our code of ethics align so well that we can't distinguish where one begins and the other ends. As a brokerage, we are committed to fostering inclusiveness and diversity in all our communities. Realty Texas's mission is to ensure that buyers, sellers, and agents are treated fairly and have the best experience, whether they are buying, leasing, or selling.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Kim Dale. Thank you for all of those, all of our agents who played a cameo in that video. We took the fair housing simulation and we created our own, which is on our website for everyone to see. The actual video that I'm going to show you guys about some of the things that some of the agents said on that video anecdotally is going to come later. Let's ask a couple questions. I'm not going to do the poll, but you should have the answers to each one of these. How many articles are in the Code of Ethics? Do we remember?
17.
17.
17.
Did you guys know that before you got into Mega?
No.
Which article on the Code of Ethics is about ethics?
10.
How often is the Code of Ethics updated? What year was the Code of Ethics adopted? All right. Article 17, 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. The article that's not about ethics, 1 through 16 are about ethics. 17 is about arbitration. So it's kind of a question. All of them are, except for 17, which says that you will arbitrate, not litigate. Number 13, how often is the Code of Ethics updated? Every single year. There is little minute changes. I'm going to be I serve on the serve on the National Association of Realtors Professional Standards Committee, and I am an ombudsman for Texas Realtors. I'm also on the Texas Realtors Professional Standards Committee. If an agent has, or the consumers have a complaint against another agent, they will call Texas Realtors. Texas Realtors calls whoever the ombudsman is on duty that day. I think I've got 4 or 5 weeks through the year where I'm an ombudsman. I've gone through a couple already this year. The consumer, I get their information, I call them, and I try to help arbitrate, mitigate the situation to see if I can't get them to come to terms without it going to a violation. And about 80% of, so far I've had 100% success rate, but from Texas Realtors, about 80% of us, 80% of the time, we're able to get the matter resolved before it actually goes to an actual filing. So there's not a lot of us ombudsmen around, but I'll tell you, you hear it all, you've seen it all, and I appreciate being involved in that. It keeps me on my toes as well. In 1913. There is a slideshow of the original group. I showed you guys a photo of the original groups here on the back of this Code of Ethics card. I recommend every single year going to winter meeting and going through professional standards training. Cindy Bell and Lisa and I got to sit in a room and spend a day together in Code of Ethics training in February, and I recommend. I'm always proud of my fellow Realty Texas agents who find themselves into that room and going to take 6 hours worth of Code of Ethics training. I am very, very proud to see you guys in there, and I hope to see more of you in the future. Which items below are authorized discipline? Now, when you have an action taken against you at the association, they have a different set of sanctions that can be placed against an agent than TREC does. TREC is different than the association. TREC gave you a license. The association gave you the right to call yourself a realtor, and then you get a Code of Ethics separately and standards of practice that you have to abide by. So if you breach the Code of Ethics, then the National Association of Realtors will hear that complaint at your state professional standards. If someone breaches TREC, then TREC hears that. So whoever feels like they've been harmed or wants to make a complaint can look at that and determine where they're gonna file their complaint. TREC, Fair Housing, Office of your Metro, or the National Association of Realtors through your state professional standards. So which of the items below are authorized discipline or sanctions for being found in violation of the Code of Ethics, which again is NAR, National Association of Realtors? MLS suspension up to a year, board membership suspension up to 3 years, a fine up to $15,000, and a loss of license. Which one of these are and which one of these are not authorized sanctions from the National Association of Realtors? Are all of these on the docket for, or maybe there's one here that's not?
NAR can't take your license away. Trek has to do that.
That's exactly right, Mr. Pope. The National Association of Realtors, your state what we call the federation, the local, the state, and the national, has no jurisdiction over your license. They only have jurisdiction over two things. And what are those two things?
MLS
And
membership.
Board
yes,
members.
exactly right. Board membership and MLS subscription. We're not a member of an MLS. We're a subscriber to an MLS. So they can kick you out of this MLS world and they can suspend your membership. So those, and they can also find you. So as we see here, MLS suspension or board suspension, and then a varying degree of fines. Mr. Pope answered that. Only Trek can suspend a license. Which article in the NAR Code of Ethics addresses discrimination, fair housing, hate speech, steering as it relates to the protected classes of race, color, sex, handicap, familial status, country of origin, sexual orientation, or gender identity? Article
10.
Yes. Thank you. When serving a buyer, a seller, landlord, tenant, or other party in a non-agency capacity, realtors remain obligated to treat all parties what?
Honestly.
Thank you.
Fairly and honestly.
Fairly has been taken away because we can't actually define what that means. No one can agree what fair actually is, and there's no such thing as fair. So they've taken that away. We have to be competent and we have to be ethical. And those are fiduciary. Remember old car. So go back and what old car says. And when we have a non-agency capacity, then what are our duties? We have to remain honest to all parties. We can never lie. In attempting to secure a listing, realtor shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to what? Standards of practice 1-3.
See?
Exactly right. Thank you for knowing that answer. Realtors are not allowed to deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. And hello, we also have to go the step further and we have to defend the list price. And we cannot let anybody think that our seller would accept less than the list price. It says that not even in the Code of Ethics, but that's part of our IABS. And it says that when representing a buyer, that we can't even hint to the listing agent that the buyer would pay more than what their offer states. And if you're the listing agent, we can't even hint that the seller would take less than the list price. So we have to defend the list price. So when we're at a listing appointment, we have to look back and see what our license act says and see what the Code of Ethics says. And we can have a conversation with our seller about those two things, which I've used a million times. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the Texas Real Estate License Act, which is what governs my license, says that I can't even hint to another agent that you would accept less than what you've authorized me to list the property. And I have to defend it. And if they ask me for comps and I have no comps, there's no way for me to defend it. And the Code of Ethics says that I can't mislead you to market value. I can't sell your home for this price. It's not supported in the numbers. And I want to sell your home. I want to help you, but your home is not going to sell for this price. And if we put it in the MLS, the most important days is the first 10 days, and we will burn through those days. And that's not doing anybody any good. And it puts me in a very bad position of not being able to represent you. That is how we tell them no. That's a real fancy way to tell them, no, this isn't in your best interest. Realtors shall not, this is another one, standard of practice. Is this true or false? 1-16. Realtors shall not access or use or permit or enable others to access or use listed or managed property on terms others than those authorized by the owner or seller.
True. 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 True.
It absolutely is true. So when you have a client that's not pre-qualified and they want to see the $1 million home and it's listed for $1 million and they only have a buying power of 200, you have accessed that property on terms other than that was established by the seller, and that's a violation of the code of ethics. What were you doing in that property with that client? You don't have authorization. They listed it for $1 million. Your client's 500,000, nowhere near it. You had no authority to show that property to that client. Yeah, but they wanted to see it. They want to see the inside of the Oval Office too, but that doesn't give you authority to show it either. Which paragraph is correct? A or B? While realtors are encouraged to follow the principles of the Code of Ethics in all of their activities, a realtor shall be subject to disciplinary action under the Code of Ethics only with respect to real estate related activities and transactions involving the realtor. Or B, a realtor shall be subject to disciplinary action under the Code of Ethics with respects to all of their activities.
Because you just changed.
It's B.
B.
So where did A come from? Does anybody know?
That was
Like if
Ever?
that was the old expectations.
That's exactly right. That was the verbatim old rule that was out of our arbitration guide that said while realtors are encouraged to follow the principles of the Code of Ethics and all of their activities, a realtor shall be only subject to disciplinary action under the Code of Ethics only with respect to their real estate related activities and transactions involving a realtor. And that's not the case anymore. And so now it applies to everything you do and say, all the way through disciplinary action and suspension and expulsion of the membership in all of your activities. That was a fundamental change that I led our state organization through in 2020, and that was a big one. And it was really interesting to see the naysayers on that one. It really exposed who people are. And I think that the one good thing that came from that is it exposed those people for who and what they are, and they can't change that later. That changed on November 30th, 2020. NAR has provided brokerages what we call a best practice for open house protocols from the Newsday report. And their open house protocol is make sure to attempt to register all register to attempt to register all visitors. I'm going to explain what that means and how we go about that. Offer the same services to every visitor at the open house. Oh, you're buying $1 million home? Oh, and you're coming to town next Thursday or next month? And you're going to be flying in? I can meet you at the airport and pick you up, and I can take you to lunch and drive you around, show you the neighborhoods. I can show you, the UT campus where your kids may be going to school, and I can drive you up to Salado and show you some beautiful properties up there and make a day of it. And then the next person, I'm going to be leasing a property and I'm going to be flying in next week. Okay, well, you can meet me in my office and we can sign a representation agreement. The compensation does not dictate your fiduciary duty. And by the way, fiduciary duty is not discounted services. If you discount your services, you never discount your fiduciary duty, the level of service that you provide to one client. You have to provide all of your clients, because the very nature of a violation of Article 10 is disseparate services. I'm going to give you a different set of services than I'm going to give them. Now, I gave a really drastic scenario that probably wouldn't be accurate. If that was $1 million buyer and a $200,000 buyer, and it was on the same type of platform of the level of services for buying, and I gave them that drastic difference in level of service because of the price range, then it would be Article 10. But if it's a completely different type of service, then you have the right to have that. So I'm not going to go that far, although we probably should. But there would be a lot more deliberate conversation in a professional standards hearing if person gave a different level of service to a tenant than they did a buyer. There would be a lot of agents in that room pushing back against that. But if you had two buyers and two different price range and you gave them drastically different services, you are going to be found in violation of the code. Just like, and this is going to blow some of your minds, giving a seller professional photos and a video, and the other one taking photos on an iPhone because you think that you should market that property differently because you're not making as much. You offered disseparate services. Disseparate services on its own is a violation of fair housing. Raise your hand if you want to make $1 million in the next 12 months. Do the right thing. Treat everyone kindly. Talk to your spheres. There is so much money to be made. Successful agents continually search for new ways to generate leads, convert more leads, turn them into prospects, take those prospects and turn them into representation agreements, get them to the closing table and follow up and get leads for them forever and ever. And they continually get better and better. Better and better is not just something I put on this slide. It's actually something that I live by. If you walk down by my office, you'll always see on my whiteboard out front of my office the words better and better, because I'm continually striving for better and better. I'm going to tell you a story that I told my staff this morning at our staff meeting. It's a story that I've told, I maybe even have told it in Mega. Why is the United States of America the greatest country in the world? And do you think it is?
Opportunity.
What do you think? Mike says opportunity. I often hear things like, we have the strongest military, we have the best economy, we're the most free people. I hear all these things and may or may not be true, especially in the world that we're living in today. But there is one resounding reason that we are the greatest country in the world. And it's has something to do with the second law of thermodynamics. Does anyone know thermodynamics and what the principles are in thermodynamics?
We constantly building.
The opposite. We're in a constant state of decay. What's that?
It has to do with land, that we can own land here, have rights.
No, thermodynamics has nothing to do with us owning land here.
A body in motion will remain in motion, and static body will remain static.
Well, that was Newton's law, but no, that's not it either.
Energy cannot be created or destroyed. I love them.
So the third law of thermodynamics has to do with everything is in a constant state of decay, that on its own, everything decays. Systems, houses,
Yeah.
mold, people, everything is in a constant state of decay.
Mm-hmm.
So if everything is in a constant state of decay, then we must continually to build. And the United States is the greatest country to build communities, to build homes, to build businesses, to build lives, to build everything, families to boot. We are the greatest place in the world currently and still today to build. Business systems are not immune to this either. Your business systems are also, and which is why I bring this up, are in a constant set of decay. We are decaying. Rules around us are changing. We are getting complacent in what we do. And so we have to continually strive to better ourselves and to continually improve. And if we're not continually improving, then we are decaying. So my consistent effort to be better and better means that I'm trying to grow, better myself, better career in the profession that's around me. And that's exactly what all of you guys need to do as well. Have you ever heard of the Dunbar's number? I'm going to send this to you guys with a little bit more homework. It says that the average person can maintain stable social relationships with about 150 people. That's all kinds of cognitive limitations and other things, but the reality in the Dunbar's number, and it's built by scientific fact, and there's an entire book on this that says that you can maintain relationships with about 150 people. And I'm asking you to put 200 people in your database. So that's going to stretch you. It's going to stretch you just a little bit. 150 people typically include all kinds of varying degrees of closeness. So these are not all your best friends. They can't be, but family members, close friends, acquaintances, colleagues. In reality, the number of people one knows can fluctuate depending on like your social skills, how much you like to go out and entertain with people, and going to school and high school and coming out the other side, maintaining relationships and not just forgetting that they were ever on the planet, and your own circumstances. But just think for a moment in the forward script. The 150 people that you already know is where your buyer and sellers are coming from. 10% of them will refer 3 people a year to you. Let's just say that. 10% of the 150 is 45 closings. Let's just say that your database is underperforming by a huge margin. And out of those 150 people, you're only getting 10%. That's 45 closings. 7% will refer you 2 times a year. Okay. So 150 times 7% is 21 closings. 5% will refer 1 person a year. That's 7. So add it up. The 10% that's giving you 3, the 7% that's giving you 2, the 7% and the 5% that's giving you 1. That's 45 closings. That's 21 closings. That's 7 closings. That's 73 closings a year at 15,000 a piece is $1,095,000. These are statistical numbers that are backed in math, in reality, and backed up by social sciences. Your database of 200 people is worth $1 million a year income. And the sooner that that sinks into your DNA, the more that you're going to focus more on that group than any other group, because that's where the money is. That's where your next client's going to come from. That's how your database is going to grow. We're talking $1 million a year. And I don't know a lot of opportunities right now for people to jump in and be able to, in the next 12 months, make $1 million other than real estate. And all you do is leverage the people that you already know and get their referrals. This is how the 5% control 95%. How many agent entries does a salesperson need in their database? Between 100 and 300. It's going to be on the test. What is your intent for every person in the database? Is it to sell them a house? What's your intent with everyone?
Referral. Referrals.
Primary
Referral.
intent. Thank you so much. Your primary intent is to get referrals from people. And that's the one thing that people always forget to ask. Are you looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? No? Okay, well, if you are, let me know. And so their primary conversation is about them. And people are afraid to ask them about referrals, but very, very quick to ask them if they're if they want to buy, sell, or lease a home. But a consumer, your friends and family, feel better about you asking them for a referral than you asking them to buy a house from them. Because one, you're asking for their help. The other, you're asking them to buy and sell a house. And that's a very different thing. And one of them makes them feel pressure. And the other one makes their mind think about all the people that they know that could be looking and trying to help you. So it's interesting that the salesperson approach is to ask them if they want to buy a home, or, well, if you want to buy a house, you should come see me, or we should have a conversation if you want to buy a house. That makes them feel pressure. But ask them, hey, do you know anyone looking to buy, sell, lease a home? Because your referral would mean the world to me. That doesn't make them feel pressure. It actually makes them want to help you. So the dialogue that we're comfortable having with them is the very dialogue that often makes them feel the most uncomfortable. And the dialogue that makes us the most comfortable makes them the most uncomfortable, and vice versa. So I'm hoping that you guys see this differently moving forward, because the paradigm shift that happens in your brain from this is the very paradigm shift that turns you into the 5% that's doing the 95% that makes you soar, focusing on the right things. You know there's a 99% chance that they're going to give you a referral that year, 99% chance. And out of your database, there's 100 closings there. If you focus on those conversations, if you ask them if they're looking to buy, sell a home, or if they'll call you if they're looking to buy a home, you know there's only 20% chance in the next 5 years, each given year, that they're going to do that. But there's a 100% chance that they are going to be knowing someone who is looking to buy a home, and they're not going to think about referrals when you ask them if they want to buy a house. So it's a more complicated thing. It's less likely, and they're not going to think what you're really looking for, which is getting you someone who can help you with your business and buying a home or house. What is the dollar value annually for every referral that transacts? Well, it's 15 grand, and 20% is going to transact. Out of your database, 20% will transact. That's 40 closings. Your database is going to transact with you at 40 closings. You can make $500,000 just focusing on your database, people who are actually going to transact. That's a much lower number than the 1.5 million of referrals. You have 3 times as much value in your database for referrals than you do actually transactions. So we have to change our belief system and our approach as it comes to our spheres. When we get back from lunch, we are going, and this is actually literally perfect timing, we are going to put you into group breakout sessions, and you guys are going to do your very first script training. And I'm going to put you guys through with script training, and you're going to be in groups of 2, and you're going to be a buyer, and the other one is going to be the agent, and then you're going to flip. You're going to do this 3 times. We're going to do this 5 times each. Then we're going to come back to our main group, and then we're going to do another script. So we're going to walk you through actually doing script training with your fellow agent. But before we do that, we're actually going to start with the Ford script. You're going to do the Ford script once and then come back to break. So we're going to have a lot of fun when we come back to break. We're going to be doing script practice from 1 to 2:30, and at 2:30 sharp, our ISA 2s, our most qualified and most experienced inside sales agents are going to help you guys make some of these calls, actual real-time calls. Now, we have done something that we don't ordinarily do here at Realty Texas, and it happens always this day in Mega. We don't call the leads that dropped out of our pipelines into the new, and we hold them up. So since yesterday, we've not called a single person who's registered on our website. That's painful. That's painful to me to know that's going on, but I saved those up for you guys because you guys are going to call them when we get back from lunch. It's 1 o'clock. I'll see you back actually at 2:30, 2:30 sharp. So I'll see you guys back at 2 o'clock.
Is it 2 o'clock or 2:30?
We're coming back from lunch at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Then we're going to do 30 minutes of script training, and then we're going to jump into making calls.
I just made a list of 22 people from my phone that I'm going to be calling right now to check in, and they located in DC.
Ooh,
so
powerful stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. Can I ask you a question real quick? I know everybody's trying to go to lunch.
A question for me or a question for the group?
You or whoever.
Sure.
Oh, really quick. So we have like the Facebook and Messenger, and I know a lot of people from high school, but I don't have the particular numbers. How would you go about? Would you call somebody from Messenger, or what would you do? Would you text them to say, "Hey, I would like to talk to you. Call me at this number," or when it comes to that aspect? How would
So
you do that?
if you're trying to reintroduce them into your world and get them into your database and you don't have their number and you've never had a
Right.
phone call,
Right.
then I would take some additional steps to get them there.
Okay.
I would do something a little bit different. I wouldn't call someone out of the blue that I've never spoken to on the phone off the cuff. I would call other people first. I would call them last. I would call the family members first. I'd call the closer friends first, and I would work my way all the way through. And then I would be calling them, but I would be getting them into my newsletter. I would be doing trivia stuff. I would text them, and then I would get their permission to give them a call because, strictly speaking, they may
Right.
do not call list.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And if you don't have their phone number, I would not call them on Messenger. I would do something a little different. I would pull out my Forewarn app and I would grab their number from the Forewarn app.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Cindy.
Yeah, so one thing somebody taught me way back on Messenger is keep track of birthdays. And instead of saying happy birthday on the messenger, messaging them, say, hey, I know we haven't connected in a long time. I'd like to be able to send you a happy birthday card. Where are you living at right now?
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, it is just,
It's
you
one
know,
way to
looking-
connect, another way, because everybody puts happy birthday on, and it's kind of slower, but it might help.
Thank you.
Another, also a really good bomb thing.
Gotcha. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Cindy. That was actually awesome, as always. And Madam Ormsby, you're going to be ready for points after lunch? Not right after lunch, but second half?
Yes, I'm ready.
Woo!
And might want to co-host me again because I had to pop off for an interview. So that kicks me out.
Let me find. And you are a co-host, but you are a co-host as Lisa Dash Ormsby, and you're logging in as Lisa at. So that's why you are not.
Yeah, it's hard because I have to toggle back and forth because if I have an interview and it's on the join page, I have to be in that one to interview. So I don't know who I am these days, apparently.
We have to change your login so that if you log into Zoom, if you log into Zoom and then join the class, it will know that you are part of our group. Everybody in class doesn't have an account. So if you go to the calendar, if you're logged into recruiting and then that's logged in, and then you go and click this and log in, it doesn't know that you're Lisa. So I have to give you rights. But if you log in with your staff account and then come into our class, then it knows you are, and you're automatically, because I went to Zoom and I looked, I'll show you. Is my share, let me share my browser. You're host, you're an alternative host. You and Lauren both are. And so when you log in using this account, then you're automatically a host.
Okay, I will go out and come back in under me.
And then when I go to user management and look at users, this is your account. So when you log in with that account, you're automatically a host.
Okay, I'll try it. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they'd need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, everyone, welcome back from your lunch. I hope you had some food and enjoyed some caffeine because we're gonna need it. And the rest of today is gonna be a very, very good day for us. I'm very excited. What's going on here? I can't. Okay. We left off right before our lunch talking about what we were going to do for the second half of our day. We also talked a little bit about the code of ethics. We talked about and that code of ethics class is a 3-hour code of ethics class. So we kind of dug into that a little bit. We have other code of ethics classes here that are a little bit longer. We built it into the reputation management class, which is going to be on Friday's class, which is also a very, very good class, but we're not there yet. When we call those people that we already know, they're our village, and we're connecting with our village. There's a lot of agents out there right now that need help. They need more business, and being cognizant of that and reaching out to your sphere and your village, this is where that happens. This is the community of people that help each other out. They probably also need business. Maybe you've got plumbers and painters and who knows what other kind of trades in your spheres. You should have lots of them in there as well, because trades can bring you a lot of business as well as you bringing them a lot of business. So be cognizant that it's not just us needing help. Everybody needs help. Everyone's always looking for ways to connect them to people. Maybe they need a photographer. Maybe they need a landscaper. Maybe they need a painter. And who knows, maybe they are looking and they need a lender. They want to buy an investment property, or they got a kid that is going to college soon and they are talking with you about the expense of that. How many of you know what the value of an arm would provide for someone who's looking at their kid going to school? Put some thought into that for a moment. How could that be valuable? Anyone?
Their mortgage payments wouldn't be as high while they're paying for college tuition or things like that.
Yeah. So depending on the arm, it's fixed. It can be fixed for 6 years. There are different types of arms, and if their kid's going to be in school for 4 years, then maybe they get a property, they buy a condo, if they get it on an arm, so the interest rate is 3%. And guess what? It could be a second home because their kids are going to be living in this thing, and they rent it out in the other bedrooms to other people the kids are going to be going to school with. And now all of a sudden, instead of having a housing expense, they have a property that's gaining equity. That could be very, very valuable for an agent. And if they're going to school somewhere, you can get them with an agent in the marketplace who specializes in condos or houses, or, within the bus or driving range of that particular college, and save them a heck of a lot of money. And actually maybe even earn some money. They actually might make equity and break even. That's the idea. If they're going to spend $2,000 a month or $1,500 a month housing, how many of you have in the past have experienced paying for kids' housing in college? All right, Meg and Jamara, talk to me. What does that cost?
My son is, and we have talked about this ad nauseum because we realized we should have done purchase homes in 2 different states several years ago. But I send my son $1,000 a month, and he has to eat on that and have fun with that. His actual apartment is about $700.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Jamara, too.
My son's his housing was $1,200 a month, and I made him feed himself. So that was just his half of the rent for his apartment with his roommate.
And so sometimes we can get 3 roommates together. They've got their own place, and subsidizing it, we can actually maybe even break even or even actually be net positive by that entire experience. So just some thought. Now, if we have those ideas, these are good conversations to have with our clients. They can help save them money. If they just had a kid, maybe we have a conversation with them about purchasing a home so that it appreciates. So when they get into college, it's hard to save money for college as fast as a home would appreciate. If a home is appreciating by 1% a month, which is what our, at least our average is here, what does that look like over 30 years? That's doubling the price. $250,000 home 18 years ago, or a property in Austin 18 years ago, was drastically different price than it is today. So as those properties are increasing in value, that is a lot of resources that can help families help prepare for college. So again, just another conversation. Now, we can't guarantee future profits, but we can have conversations with them about what the averages are and what's a good strategy for helping them build wealth. One of the best wealth building strategies of all time is real estate. So do they know anyone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? Do they have they had kids recently? And maybe that is something that they can be looking at. And then also, if their kids are a little bit older and they're going off to college, another thing, sell a property and then take that cash out and then take a down payment and put it into another property there. And then now you've got a property for them to move into, and then a chunk of change, the 80% that you didn't use as a down payment, that's going towards tuitions. So good conversation starters, but also we have the Ford script. And so on every call that I make with my people, I take them through the Ford script, and I never have time to get to the dreams part. It's how's the family, how's the job, and then have you guys gone on any trips lately? I saw you guys just went to the Bahamas on Facebook. That looked like it was super fun. And so I just went through family, I just went through occupation, and then recreation. So I just got the first three. Usually I don't even have time to get to the last one. So the very perfect starter for that conversation is taking them through the Ford script in the first place. How are you? How's the family? And that's usually the kindling that gets a conversation going. Oh, we're doing great, or what's going on in their lives. Super, super helpful if you guys can start each call with that, and maybe even put some of that on your reminder. You've got your goal board above your monitor that you're going to be putting there. But remember, we have supposed to have our little rearview mirror and look at our micro expresses. We're going to remember Vanessa Van Edwards. We're going to remember our happy hello. Even though this is our spheres, they can hear our mood, they can hear us, and they can also hear fear. And fear sounds like unhappiness, sadness, anger. It sounds a lot different than happiness. So picture their face, picture the last time that you interacted with them on their home purchase, and put yourself in that good place. Prepare yourself for your calls, and then start taking them through the Ford script, and it will lead to a really good place. And as you do this more and more, you'll want to do this more and more, because you yourself are going to walk away feeling really good about these conversations and feeling good about it. And you can't not have this conversation and not thank them for trusting you in letting them, if it's a past client, thanking them for their business and letting them know that you would be very, very grateful and thankful if they were to refer you to people that they know that's buying and selling leasing properties. There is a script here. This is a script for new leads that drop in out of the sky into our CRM where we're running ads. All of the ads that are in the new pipeline, we know what property that they called us on. So it's, let me grab someone. Meg. Hi, Meg. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. You registered on Facebook regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see that property? Or there's a lot of different ways that we can move this around. We like you guys to push through. When it was the Facebook and the Facebook source, we act and have a little bit different script than we do with our Realtor.com and Zillow source. The Zillow source had some stuff on the message on the screen that talked about, do you want to see this property? Reach out to one of our partners. And 99% of those people wanted to see it. And we found the very best script of all time was, hey, Meg, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com said you were interested in 123 Main Street. When did you want to see that property? So Meg, let's you and I role play, if you don't mind. Let's do this.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be the agent, and then I want you to be the agent. So we're gonna switch roles, but I'll be the agent first.
Okay.
So ring ring.
Hello.
Hey Meg, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When did you want to see that property?
Oh, I could be available sometime tomorrow afternoon, maybe?
Great, I can meet you at the property at 123 Main Street tomorrow. About what time?
How about 1 p.m.?
Perfect. I'm gonna put you down on my calendar tomorrow for 1 p.m. over at 123 Main Street. If you come across any other properties that you'd like to see, please let me know so I can add them. Are there any other properties that you want to see?
Not at the moment, but I
Okay.
can take a look tonight.
Perfect. If anybody else calls you regarding this property, just let them know that Jack has already helped you. And I will be looking forward to your email, but I'm going to go ahead and schedule an appointment now with the seller. So we have our 1 o'clock scheduled for tomorrow. And as soon as I get your email about the other one, I will put them all in driving order, check availability, and get those schedules set up. Sound good?
That sounds fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you, Meg. I look forward to working with you.
Thanks so much for your help.
Okay, so as you can see, I just kind of ad-libbed. I just kind of took it flowing as I went through my script. But once you have the script verbatim, then you can take liberties. Once you've got the script down, you know what you're going to say, you kind of got a feeling, you've made 1,000 calls. But in the very beginning, I want you guys just to follow this script verbatim. So now let's do it the other way, and I will be the buyer. Ring ring, hello.
Hi, Jack. This is Meg Warsak with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 1125 Elm Street. When would you like to see that property?
Are you available tomorrow, like, I don't know, 3 o'clock?
I absolutely can be available tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Do you know if there are any other homes that you would like to see in the area?
Right now, not off the top of my head. I just came across this one, and I'm wanting to see it if that's okay.
That sounds great. I can put you on the calendar tomorrow at 3 o'clock at 1155 Elm. If you happen to come across any others, just definitely let me know and I will put them on the list for us to visit tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. I'm looking forward to seeing you. If anybody else happens to call, just let them know you're working with me, Meg, from Realty Texas at 1155 Elm Street.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Perfect. I just sent you a text with my number. If you need anything else, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow.
I look forward to it.
Great.
Why do we tack that thing on the end? Remember, there's nothing done by chance here. Why am I telling them if somebody else calls them to let them know that Jack already has spoken with them, or vice versa? Why did Meg say that to me, that said if somebody else calls you, Meg's already helping you? Why?
In case somebody else from the office or a different agent calls,
Okay.
you let them know that somebody's already assisting them.
She's trying to build a relationship or secure her spot, I'll say, just so the person can remember her name. If anyone else calls, she's like, hey, I already spoke with Meg.
I absolutely like both of those because they're certainly true, but there's an overarching, really big reason. So,
Are we trying to set up like the
reason-
beginning of an agency relationship representation?
I like that one too, but the overarching reason is so big that we had to add it to our script. What could that be?
Like it's like a certain appointment, because when you set appointment, they already think that they're going to meet with their realtor, and they kind of in their head thinking of you as their realtor, and so basically then they come and then you can do a representation.
Well, I like
explanation.
what you're saying, Dimitri, because that's true, but it's not the reason that was so important that we added it to our script. So based on the feedback I'm getting right now, I can tell that none of you have ever purchased Realtor.com or Zillow leads, because they sell those leads to 5 different agents.
So anybody from anywhere else that purchases the same leads could be calling them to set up an appointment with them.
They are going to get 5 calls from 5 different agents. Every single person from Realtor.com and Zillow are getting calls within minutes from different agents at different firms, and they're all trying to convert them. So if you're not the person that calls them in the first 20 seconds, when you call them, there is a very good chance that they're already on the phone with someone else, because they have call centers that are calling these people and trying to convert those out. So knowing that Realtor.com and Zillow are not shared leads, that their agent program is shared leads, then we have to prepare that person to know what to do when they get that other call. I actually, Jack or Meg is already helping me. They're already meeting me out at the property. And so it's helping you. Now, I like what you guys said. It's reinforcing my name, so they're going to help. It's going to help them remember their name. It does help start talking about agency relationships. Everything that you guys said, 100%, yes. But the overarching reason is because someone else is going to call either right after or before we're trying to set the appointment and meet him in the real world. Now, are we trying to sell him this house? What is the goal with every single prospect?
Referrals.
Okay, now I'm going to say yes, but there's a little different scenario here.
You're just converting them to a buyer so you can show them all the properties.
Show them representation.
What are we trying to do with every single client ultimately? First, what's the step
Meet
one?
with them.
Relationship.
And what do we call meeting them?
Connect.
Appointment to do the buyer
Set the
agreement.
appointment. So I like Nelly, exactly what Nelly said, but we call it appointment setting. We want to set the appointment.
Set an appointment. Got it.
Because we don't try to jump over to the next step. Whatever that noise is, it is very like screechy. There you go. It sounds like nails on a chalkboard. All right. So we try to set the appointment. That's going to be step 1. So we got a prospect. They already responded to a property. So when we get an inquiry about a property, it's because they're interested in that property. So we're going to try to set an appointment to show it to them. When we're out there in the real world, that's when we get hired. When we set an appointment with someone, kind of what Dimitri hinted at was they're already calling us their realtor on the way there to meet us. So we need to set that appointment, but we also want to make sure that they don't set an appointment with someone else. And I also asked them, is there anything else you want to see? Because there's a very good possibility they clicked on 2 different properties and now they're getting different agents calling them on different properties. So I'm going to try to handle all of that by calling them, number 1, as quickly as possible. You have a 431% greater chance of conversion by calling him in that first 60-second window. We call it the 20-20-200, 20 seconds, call 20 people a day, have your database filled with 200 people. That is the roadmap for success. You get them on the line. Hi, Meg, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see this property? Because from their perspective, they were on Realtor.com, they were on Zillow. When we see those sources, it means, or if they responded to one of your listings, they're not calling you to hire you. They're not calling to ask questions. They want to see the property 99.9% of the time. And if you want to make things difficult for yourself, try to pre-qualify them over the phone. If you want to scare people off and make them run for the hills, ask them a lot of questions and make it difficult, because ultimately 99% of the time they want to see it. So we offer that up front. If they're in a different state or there's someone else, they're going to say, well, actually, I was hoping to ask a couple of questions because I'm over here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and we're going to be coming into town next month. And I saw this property pop up on the market, and it's kind of what we're looking for. Awesome. And then I'm going to still set the appointment and I'm going to ask them if they want to do a video walkthrough and then the whole bit. But 99.9% of the time, they are calling to see the property and they want us to go show it to them. Knowing that we're going to follow the script. Again, hi Meg, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see this property? Then we meet them in the real world with our IABS and our one-page limited version of the representation agreement. We have a conversation with them at the property. Look, our regulations changed. We're not allowed to open doors for people anymore without a representation agreement signed. This is not about compensation. This is about representation. We owe fiduciary duties to our clients. In order for me to open this door, you have to acknowledge and create an agency relationship, even if it's just for this particular showing, even if it's just for this day, even if it's just for this address. And as of August 17th, 2024, that is the new law of the land. And they hear any other agent, they're going to say the same thing, unless they're the listing agent. If they're the listing agent, the rules are completely different. Ever, I see your hand up.
I just wanted to confirm, in this scenario, you're okay with us meeting with them without knowing what they qualify for or anything like that? I can't remember if it was the ISA training or somewhere else where, and really this is the almost every realtor's mindset where you gotta pre-qualify them, if not, you're just wasting your time because you don't know what they qualify for. So are you okay with us just setting up that appointment and dealing with the rest later?
So, Ever, I'm going to share with you guys what the truth about conversion, the truth about real estate. Zillow forced me to change my mind on this because their Zillow Premier Partnership Program will kick you out of the program if you don't set the appointment on the first phone call. They will kick you out of the program if you don't use this script. And this is the script that the Zillow Preferred program requires their preferred agents to use. And by the way, these phone calls are $1,000 a pop. $1,000 a pop from the Zillow Premier program. You meet them at the property, you has this script, and you set the appointment. Now, that's the thing, and Zillow was the very first one to come up with a showing appointment. Now, all the Zillow preferred agents are already signing agreements at the front door in preparation of what's happening with the NAR outcome of the lawsuit, because Zillow was one of the ones that got sued and also had to settle. So they were one of the first ones to come up with this agreement. So professions that force consumers to do business the way that the profession wants to do business, they go out like the typewriter and the pencil. So the reality is we have to look at the consumer. Now, we're not trying to sell them this house. We're trying to set the appointment to go meet them to get hired. And then once you get hired, you're going to show them everything else on the market. So this is your buyer appointment. This is your buyer counseling session. It's the buyer counseling session out in the real world because they will agree to meet with you. So then you go out there and you get hired. Your goal here is to go out there and get hired. There is a very small likelihood that they want to buy this home, and even if they do and they sign this agreement, you now have a fiduciary duty and say, look, I am totally cognizant of the fact that you really like this property, but I'm just going to offer this. Are you sure that you don't want to go out there and see everything that matches your competition before we engage on this property? Have you seen everything else? Because that's our fiduciary duty. And then you're saying, well, Jack, you're talking me out of this property. Well, if I'm representing this buyer, whether it's through intermediary, but it's through buyer agency, and I have a representation agreement with this buyer, I have fiduciary duties to that buyer. And so now I have to look out for their best interest and advise them through the process. So I am not going out there to try to sell this house to them. I'm going out there and I'm going to have a conversation with them. Now, I know that the reality is I'm taking out someone who's not qualified to see this property at all. And I have a conversation with the listing agent about it and say, look, this is the scenario. I got a Zillow lead and they want to see this property at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Are you guys okay seeing this? And they'll be like, okay, because as soon as they say okay to me, they know that I got a Zillow lead and they know that I'm showing this property and they're happy for me to show this property, but they know it's not pre-qualified. They know all the details that come with the Zillow lead. So they've authorized me to show this. Can't show them this property without an appointment. And I'm very transparent on how I'm setting an appointment to show them this property. But again, am I going out there to sell them this house? I'm going out there to meet them and get hired in the real world. That's the very best way to find a new client that agrees to work with you and get hired. Now I will take the rest of your questions. Ever, do you have any follow-up questions based on that? Okay, Des and then Kay.
Oh, yes, Jack. I was just gonna ask, I guess with the one pager, if they had more than one property they wanted to see, would we try to fill more than one property in right there? Let's say, they're like, hey, I want to see 2 properties. And I'm like, okay, great. I need to, have this signed.
So the one pager has lots of options. One of them is, if you like, we can go ahead and set this relationship up for one day. So you can either make it per address or for a shorter period of time and say that, the reason you hire a real estate agent is because they're supposed to provide value by limiting your risk, by helping you step through this process, negotiating for you, showing you all the inventory that's on the market that you want to see, getting you pre-qualified, understanding the entire process, and looking out for your best interest. So the sooner that you engage in a real estate agent through this process, the better, because the sooner they start providing you value. If you're going to get hired by a real estate agent eventually, and you're going to pay that agent, you might as well get them working for you as soon as possible, so they're working for you as soon as possible, so you get the most value from them as possible. Another really good concept, a really good script to use with them. And of course, every script is based in real world situations, because we know it's in their best interest to get hired by an agent as soon as possible, so the agent will give them the best service. And sometimes we have to showcase our services with them, and maybe they choose someone else, but most of the time not. Thing is that most agents pick the first agent they're working with. So if they're already working with an agent and you made things easy, they don't want to go calling around hiring an agent. People don't spend a lifetime dreaming about hiring a real estate agent. That's not part of the dream of home ownership. We are just a vehicle that helps get them there. So really, and I keep saying this a million times to Sunday, all you can do is screw it up once you have an appointment. All you can do is screw it up, because they don't want to hire a bunch of real estate agents. They don't want to interview. That's not the fun part. The fun part is seeing the house. So we go out there, we meet them, we show them what it's like to work with us. We're fun, we're engaging, we try to give them the best customer service and professionalism as possible, set the appointment, and help see what they're missing as part of their home search, and then get hired. And also ask them for and by the way, do you know anybody else that's looking to buy, sell, or lease home that could benefit from my services? And oftentimes we start the relationship with the Ford script. Okay, what else you got?
Yeah, talking about script, I had a question earlier. I know we're talking about buyers, but what script can we use when a seller's talking about waiting to sell because the interest rate is still high? Like they don't want to list because of high interest.
Okay. We're going to put that, and we're going to package that entire conversation in our buyer and seller presentations later, but I'm going to give you the Cliff Notes version. If you're going to be obtaining a loan and you're going to be obtaining a 30-year loan, the sooner you purchase this property, the faster you pay it off. And the longer you wait, the more expensive housing is. And had you bought a home 2 years ago, you would have purchased it for less than today. And 2 years before that, it would have been less than today. And the longer you wait, the more expensive real estate is. The reality is, over time, historically, waiting means you're waiting to pay more. That is almost historically true in every single case. The interest rate is mostly a tax deduction for you. And so you're going to get that money back. So the sooner you get the home under contract, the sooner you're going to have it paid off. But this is the thing. If the rates go down, and they will go down, the cost of the homes are going to drastically increase. So you can get the higher interest rate now at the lower price. And 3 years from now, when the rates go down, you can refinance this property. But in the meantime, you will have most of that was a tax write-off anyway. And so you walk them through this story and they're going to realize, oh, I'm being ridiculous right now, because you're right. When the rates go down, the prices of homes are going to double like they always have. And so right now you're in the housing market and the interest rates are compressing the prices down. And so you're able to get the seller to pay your closing costs. You're able to get the seller to pay probably sometimes, if you're buying new construction, even a rate buy down on top of all of that. And your home warranty, maybe a washer, dryer, and fridge, and get all of this extra stuff at a little bit of a higher rate. And you can refinance that any time. But once the rates go down and later you get a lower rate, you're going to be buying a home at a much greater cost, and you're going to be and you're not going to be able to get any seller to pay your closing costs. Is this not all 100% true? So now you're getting a glimpse of what a pro tells his seller and what a buyer tells his buyer, because it's all rooted in 100% truth. And all of a sudden, the myths and the objections start going away. And there's no more objections anymore. You clear the path of objections, and there is no reason why not to buy real estate. There's no reason why not to be purchasing real estate investments, because the tenants are paying them off. They're increasing in value as they're paying off the loans, and they have tax write-offs on top of it. There's zero reason not to. So we get the objections out of the way to clear their path of building wealth. I love these questions. We're going to be having more conversations like these as we go. It is 2:31, so we are running behind. Amy McAllister, who do we have as our ISA 2s that are going to be helping us today? Are they with us right now?
So far, we have Ashley, Diana, Michael, and I. We are waiting on.
Okay. So if you guys want to bail on me, that's okay, because I'm going to reschedule you guys for 3 o'clock because I need 30 more minutes. Because I need to take these guys through a couple more scripts before I throw them on the phone. All right. I'm going to put you guys into groups of 2, and I want you guys, this is going to take me a minute because I want to make sure I don't put you in a group with someone who's not here. I want to make sure I don't put you in a group with a staff person, because I want you guys in groups of actual students. So I'm working on that now. I want you guys to spend 5 minutes and then 5 minutes. One person is going and pick the person with the lower alphabet first name, and you're going to be the agent, and you're going to take the other person through the Ford script. And I want you to take them through the Ford script, and then you're going to have 7 minutes to do that. We're going to do that first because that's going to break the ice.
I need to bring up the Ford script. Where's that at?
FORD, family, occupation, recreation, dreams. I will put that in the chat once we get broken into breakout sessions.
Isn't the person with the lower alphabet
First
letter
name
in
should
the
be
last?
the agent. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That way you guys aren't trying to figure out who's going to be the agent. It's just an easier way to go about it. Okay, we've got Des and Mike, Guadalupe and Lisbeth, Laura and Sean. I'm going to put Amanda with Sean, with Laura and Amanda. Sean, I'm going to put you in 17. Okay, Rebecca and Meg in 4. We're good there. Isolde and Nelly. Okay. Emilium, Lisa. I'm going to put Lisa in with Sean in 5. Give me a second as I make sure that we don't. Emilium and Adam in 7. Dimitri and Ever in 9. Amy, I'm going to leave you there. Janet and Joyce. Stephen and Mohammed. Nelly. Camille. And 16. Diana. Jamar, I need someone for you. All right. I am going to go ahead and create your groups now. Sean and Jamara. Nelly, Camille. Kay and Knock. Ling and Katie. Stephen and Mohammed. Jana and Joyce. Ever and Dimitri. Emilium and Adam. Nelly and Isolde. Meg and Rebecca. Laura and Amanda. Lisbeth, Guadalupe. And Mike and Des. All right, we got a good set of groups.
Hey, Jack.
Yes. Hi, Sean.
Hey, Jack.
How are you, Sean?
Hey, Jack. I think I might be in two groups because you said my name twice.
No, I moved you around a little
This
bit.
is Nelly.
Nelly,
You did?
Yep.
Okay, can you send me the invite one more time? Because I might still be logged in on my PC at home. And I'm not at home anymore.
Yeah, I can that
No,
work out.
I have you as not joined in room 16. So let me move you, both of you, to the same room. Right here. So that would be room 6.
Okay.
Okay. And then
Jack, I'm by myself in the group I went, but I'm by myself. I don't see my peer.
Isolde, you are with both Nellies. I'm gonna move her
Yeah.
back. Go back in that room. She'll be
Okay.
there in a second.
Okay.
And Nelly, you should have that pop up, Nelly.
Okay, yeah, I'm waiting for the pop-up right now.
You should already have it.
I'm waiting to.
Sometimes it's behind your screen, so look behind.
Okay, there it is. Okay, perfect.
And Isolde, I'm gonna move you, because the only way that I can get it to pop up is to move you and then move you back. So just hold on. You're gonna see a pop up, Isolde, just ignore it.
Okay. I ignore that one.
And now I'm gonna put you back in 6, and you should have that one.
There you go.
Awesome. And now we have those two are there. Camille is by herself. I need someone for Camille. Please,
Jack, if you need me to do something, let me know. That she needs twice. So
Okay.
put Camille with Sean.
Where's Sean?
In the chat, it says I'm in here twice. Please reassign this room.
Okay. Yeah, Sean is no. Janine, I'm gonna put you in with Camille in 16. Thank you. Okay, welcome.
Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. All right. So, did we break the ice?
Yes.
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 All right. So, I always like to just spend a couple of seconds on this. What did you learn from some people? What are some random things that you may have learned that you didn't know before?
You know, this was the first time that I worked with Guadalupe,
Mm-hmm.
and she also speaks Spanish, and we share like the same last name. Well, I'm Medina, but for my father's side, and she has Medina for her mother's side. And yeah, I'm very happy to meet her, and we were sharing a lot of stuff at the family and all that.
So did that Ford script give you guys an ability to get to know each other pretty quickly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
mean,
Jack, can you please unpin Nelly so I can see who's talking?
And in the meanwhile, I also want to share that it was awesome talking. Like Lisbeth said, it's the first time that I talked to someone in Spanish, and that Ford, it works obviously, but in our native languages, I mean, it's so much easier. I mean, we just went on and on and on. We were glad we had extra minutes, and then we ran out of time. I mean, at the end, she was like, "What are your dreams?" So it was really fun.
to talk to you for 5 more minutes.
I love it.
You know, Nelly, Guadalupe, are you in our Spanish speaking roundtable?
She was telling me about it. Not yet, but I've talked to Miguel about it. So we do want to be. Yes.
Good. I'm glad because we are going to be doing some special stuff for the Spanish speaking roundtable. Ever, I see your hand up. What'd you learn?
You know what? I learned part of the stuff that Dimitri's in personal life. But what I wanted to say is this. I mean, once you use this Ford script process, it is so easy to break the ice with people you really don't know, because everybody likes that. You know, everybody wants to. When you're having a conversation, you want to feel like the other person cares. And when you touch on family, you touch on occupation, recreation, any trips, you know, what it is that you want out of life, your dreams. It is so easy to connect with people because, you know, it's something that we all want to share, we have in common. These are things that we care about. And it makes it very, very easy to feel comfortable around somebody when you're having that kind of conversation and you feel like they really care.
You don't need tequila shots anymore to have social interaction.
No, you still need a little tequila shot.
All right. Now we're going to do something a little bit differently. I need you guys to take a screenshot of the screen that I'm sharing because I want you guys to go through this. There's going to be 3 people in every room. So I've already modified and updated your rooms as we were talking. And I want every single person in the room to be the buyer. So we're going to go in alphabet. The buyer first will be the lowest, the second lowest and third lowest letter of the alphabet. And then I want you guys to rotate, first being the buyer and then being the client. So all of you will have been the buyer and the agent. So I want you guys to do the script, go around twice. So everyone will have been the agent and the buyer once for all 3 people. This script takes 1 minute and 30 seconds for both interacting and the appointment to be set. I want you guys to be thinking in terms of a realtor.com or a Facebook or realtor.com or Zillow lead. So it's very much appointment setting. And I want you guys to be thinking about setting the appointment, making sure that nobody else calls them. So make sure that the 3 things are here. We want to make sure that we set the appointment. We want to make sure that if anybody else calls, let them know that I've already helped you and use your name. And then at the end, is there any other properties that you would like to see? So follow this script very carefully. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. I'm going to give you need 12 minutes for this one. I'm going to give you 12 minutes and we're going to be popping in and we're going to be listening to you guys. So make sure that we really take this to heart and follow the script verbatim. I know that myself and Meg and some others, as we were going through this, we didn't follow the script exactly verbatim. For this round, please use it verbatim, inserting the agent's name, the buyer's name, who is our agent, the Zillow and Realtor.com source, and making up an address. All right, I will see you guys in your rooms because I'm going to pop in.
Jack, do you want me in on one too? Or am I out?
You are with, yeah, you are with Kay and Camille, so you are in.
Okay.
Everybody has 3.
Jack, the Zoom app is cutting in and out really bad right now. So it was hard for me to talk. So I didn't go into the, do you want me to just go into a room and be quiet? I don't want to frustrate people or mess up the flow.
Okay, so what you can do is if you're on your mobile app, you can turn off video and turn off phone, and you'll have much, much better audio. If you would like to try.
Turn off video. You
Uh-huh.
said, and what else?
If you turn off your video and just be on phone, the video takes a lot of your bandwidth, so you'll have better audio if you turn the video off.
Like this, where it just goes to safe driving mode and I click on speak.
Yep, exactly like that.
Okay.
And do you have your pop-up? Because you should be in a pop-up for room 10.
I don't see a pop-up.
Okay, so you're gonna get a pop-up, but ignore it. Mouse just died. Okay, you're gonna get a pop-up, so ignore that one. Now
Okay.
you're gonna get another pop-up. Now click accept on that one.
Okay.
All right, let me get my screen share back going again. I heard a bunch of real estate agents on the phone, it sounded like.
We are natural, Jack, natural.
How many found a little bit of value from doing that?
I did.
So it's probably the first time that you have had a script that you followed a script and followed someone through and led them through a phone call. One big resounding result of the scripts and the role play will be the sound of your call when you go back and listen to it will always be much, much better and better and better when you're following the script. What we have found is agents who try to wing it on the phone, their favorite word, and they use the word the most throughout the entire conversation is That seems to be their very favorite word. That's not a professional word, and it doesn't make us look polished, and you're inserting objection after objection into the client's mind because you don't seem prepared, you don't seem professional, and none of that's really true. You just don't have the right training, which means you don't have the right, you're not really prepared, so it's partially true. But we want to be prepared, which means we just simply need that training. So the ISA training that we have here is really, really helpful in preparing you for these phone calls. I would like you guys to make the phone calls using our dialer. And then one of your homework assignments is going to be listening to the phone call. And you're going to hear yourself. That's going to be very, very eye-opening. Because would you rather learn and make the mistakes on the phone with your safe environment here or with real-time leads?
here.
Safe environment.
Safe environment here.
Safe environments before throwing the real world.
Yes,
Jack,
yes.
Jack, let me ask you a question. Well, how do you feel about the word okay? Is it an is it an acknowledgement, which it is, or but if you use it so much, I mean, I know back from my experiences in Toastmaster, okay and was like they red flagged you.
Okay, it is check-in words. It is confirming that you're listening. It depends on how you say it. If you say it with a question, it may send confusion. But you're looking around, Rock? Okay. Are you in a single story? Okay. It depends on how you say it and why. I think that there's nothing wrong with the word okay. I think there's lots of problems with It's okay to have silence for a second while you're gathering your thoughts. Don't feel like you have to fill in every moment of every second. And people do that because they're used to people talking over them or taking over the conversation, and they're trying to stop them from talking by using filler words because they don't want to lose control of the conversation. If you already know what you're going to say, you're going to lead them through it. And the questions that we're asking are questions to help walk them through the transaction, but the conversation, and hopefully they're going to get the idea. Actually, I do want to see it. I want to see it on Tuesday at 3:00. Great. Are there any other properties you want to see? Actually, there is another property I want to see. So you kind of lead them through this conversation, and they appreciate that. And they get off the phone and they're like, okay, that's kind of what they expected. They expected to get a real estate agent on the phone who knows what to say to them. But it's the further and further we get into the world that we're in right now, the further and further away from we get from people having a natural ability on the phone, because you guys are more and more trying to survive on text. And actually having conversations on the phone is really impactful and really important. And you got to get that skill polished. How many of you read the homework assignment about the importance and the power of using phone, and that consumers want people to answer the phone? People don't like chat. Now, the company likes chat, but the customer doesn't like chat. So knowing that we need to do business the way that our customers need to do business, not the other way around. Okay. Amy McAllister. Where is Zack Attack? Is he here?
He has showings and will not be here.
Okay. Lisa has her hand up, and then so does Ever.
I just wanted to make a comment about the filler words, and especially the word okay. Just to reiterate, okay, like Jack said, is a word you can use when you're confirming something. So be careful, because a lot of people use that as a filler word. It's not a confirmation word. So just think about that when you're using that, if that helps.
Filler words, we should stay away from them altogether. Amy, would you like to show them how? So share your screen.
And how to do the CXM calls?
Yes. And how many of us do we have right in this moment?
We have Diana, Ashley, Janine, Michael.
Diana, Janine, Ashley, Diana, Janine, and Ashley. Does Diana, Janine, and Ashley all have the ability to make a call?
None of them are in the office.
Okay.
I'm
So
at the
they can do
South
it from their own
office. If you
CXM.
could jump on that computer.
So what you have to do is what we did last time. Remember what we did last time?
You had to move people from Dart to them because I can't reassign people anymore.
Okay. So we just need to put them in the right pipeline. So I will be working on that. So Janine, and so let's start with who is in the office right now? Janine, are you here?
Ashley said in the chat
No.
that she is at the South office.
Okay.
I can get Ashley on the South computer if you want to go to that computer, Ashley.
Nope, that's okay. So I'm going to put you guys back in your groups of 3, and you're going to hold each other accountable because you're going to go through and you're going to call someone in your phone. You're going to call someone from your sphere. And the other 2 are going to listen to that call. We want to keep these calls to under 4 minutes. I'm going to put you in there for a full 15 minutes, 1-5. We're going to come back and we're going to do it again. I'm going to switch you guys up. I know I usually get every single person raises their hand right now, and that's okay. And it's okay. Mara was the first one. But this is what we're going to do. If you cannot participate in this exercise, it's okay. And it's not okay at the same time because you all know someone. So let's try not to call the safest person that we know, like mom and grandma and our sister, because we have a lot of people doing that. So let's call someone that's a little bit not 100% terrifying, but not someone 100% safe. Okay. So maybe it's someone. Now, Kay, you told me you had 30 people that you had set up on your phone you were already going to call. So I'm looking forward to people watching you in your group. The idea here is to take someone else through the forward script and ask for a referral, reconnect with them, and then the next person is going to take somebody else through the forward script. But there's going to have to be an icebreaker. And I want your icebreaker to be, hey, did you know that I'm in real estate and I'm over here at Realty Texas? And I'm calling everyone to let them know that I am in real estate. That's the reason for my call. How are you? You want to become a real estate agent too? That's amazing. Call Lisa Ormsby because she can help you with that process. I will bet you that there's more than 10 people in here that their friend is going to have a conversation with them about how they can also get into real estate. And that's a good, very good conversation to have as well, because everyone's talking about real estate. So that's perfectly all right. But we're going to break the ice with, hey, I'm over here at Realty Texas. I'm a real estate agent and I'm calling everyone just to letting them know because this is my gig now. This is what I'm doing. And then then take them to the forward script. Kind of weird, just out of the blue, like, how are you? How's the family? Like, okay, what's up? So let's break the ice with something because it's not going to be someone 100% safe. Now you can call your mom and your grandma, how are you? And have that conversation, but that's not what this is supposed to be about. And you're going to have 2 of your classmates, so they're going to help you with this. All right, raise your hand if you already have the person in mind. Thank you, Janine. Thank you, Jamara. Jamara, who's it going to be?
So I am actually going to call my friend who's a car salesman. And his name is Mark Ryland.
Nice. Now, what happens if we get their voicemail? What are we going to do when we get Mark Ryland's voicemail if he doesn't answer the phone for us?
That's a great question.
Wait, we haven't even considered the fact that they're not going to answer the phone because they might be already with the client or working because it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Wednesday, right?
That's true.
All right.
I'll leave him a message. Is that okay? Can we leave him a message? Say, hey, this is Jamar. I'd love for you to call me back if you don't mind. I just need a couple moments of your time.
I think that we're going to definitely 100% leave a message. We're definitely not going to just hang up because we were too afraid. But I don't want to say that either. I don't want to say just have a couple seconds of your time. I want you guys to actually put on the voicemail what it is that you want to say. So let's talk about what that's going to be. What's his name? What did you say his name was?
Mark Ryland.
Mark. Hey, Mark, this is Jamara. That's how you're going to start. So everyone, just warm introduction. Remember the happy hello. And then you're going to say, when is the last time you guys spoke?
It's been 6 months.
Hey, Mark, this is Jamara. It's been about 6 months since I've talked to you last. I was just calling to check in. I am over here at Realty Texas now. I'm a real estate agent, and I wanted to call and connect with you to let you know that I'm in real estate, and I know that you are in this business because this is going to be very specific to you. And I was hoping that we could create a referral network so I can refer you people and you could refer me. And I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing, if that's okay. If you have a couple moments to give me a call back, I would really love to talk with you. I don't want you guys to be shy about what you're leaving there, and don't make it a surprise, because then there'd be this ominous question like, oh my gosh, what I do? And they're calling you back thinking they're in trouble or something's gone wrong. So don't be shy. Janine, who are you going to call?
I'm gonna call somebody that I got into a lease a little bit under a year ago to see what she wants to do next.
Oh, that's wonderful. Hey, this is Janine over at Realty Texas. I helped you get in your lease over there at 123 Main Street. And I was just calling to check up on you to see if you think that maybe you're going to renew that lease, or if you're thinking about maybe buying a home. I wanted to check with you now because the times to start making these decisions are coming up, and wanted to make sure that you're prepared and that we had a conversation about that. How are you?
Yeah.
All right. Sound good?
Yes.
Now, she's an expert, so she doesn't need my advice, but I'm going to give some more advice to you guys so that you're not terrified about this. And I see lots of hands. So if you want me to walk you through, because we're going to spend the next 10 minutes all talking to as a group to this before we do the first one. Amelia, I see your hand up first. Then we're going to go to Stephen. Raise your hand if you want me to help guide you through that first phone call. Just like I would just walk over to you and push you in the pool if I saw you standing there for 6 minutes not wanting to jump in because you've never swam before. I'm going to help push you all in the pool. Amelia.
No, actually, I'm looking at my contact now. This is my colleague that I haven't spoken for the last 5 years.
That's a scary one.
I know. Well, but like me and her were pretty close back then, so I was wondering if I could just give her a call because it's going to be out of blue shock for her.
What's her name?
Mishi.
Mishi? This is Amelia. Shame on me for not calling you for the last 5 years. I wanted to call and reconnect on how are you? How is life?
Perfect.
Not scary at all.
Oh, no.
All right. Stephen.
So I'm originally from Ohio. 95% of my contacts are from Ohio still. So I'm completely comfortable calling just about anyone in my phone book. Just wondering, like, a touch up on the like out of state referral script.
Okay, give me a name for one.
Noah.
Noah. Hey Noah, this is Stephen. Did you know that I moved to Austin? Does he know that you moved to Austin? Hey Noah, this is Stephen over here in Austin. Or no, let's say Stephen. How do you know Stephen first? Is he a friend of yours from college, a friend from work? What's the context? Because that helps me a lot.
An old high school friend.
Okay. Well, all right. When is your reunion?
So we had our 10-year reunion, but I'm actually I'm thinking of weaving this in at the end of August. I'm going back to Ohio. So I was thinking of extending him like some type of invitation to link up when I do go back up to Ohio.
There you go. Hey Stephen, this is or hey, what's his name? Noah. Hey Noah, this is I'm just calling to check in with you. I'm going to be in the area at the end of August, and just wanting to connect with some old friends so that I can hang out with some people while I'm there. And also, did you know that I'm in real estate? You want to put that in there. And what does he do?
He is an X-ray technician.
That's cool. So he's in healthcare.
Yeah.
All right. So I want you guys to reconnect at that time. Put yourself back in there. Let him know that you're in Austin, that you're coming in town in August, and that you want to reconnect with him. And do you guys have a shared friend?
Oh yeah. I mean, he was pretty close friend group when we were all still living there.
I would definitely name drop some of the friends and just say, we all need to get together and name drop those people. And then when you call those other people, name drop him. And so I was just called him to check in on him. And I'm just coming in town. I want to see everyone. this is a very good warm introduction, and when you get there, then you can even talk more about real estate. You don't even need to really drop real estate into this conversation, although I would say, hey, I'm in real estate. I'm at Realty Texas. Half of my class, by the way, when they call people, they're like, my broker Jack's making me call you, and and I've heard those calls, and that's a funny one. They're like, well, what? Because I'm in real estate now and I have to call every single person I know. And like, oh, you're in real estate? And that kind of broke the ice. And like, okay, cool. But I think that there's a better way, because it's telling them that you would have never called them on your own. And I don't think that that's smart. I think that you need to tell them that you care about them. So, Noah, hey, I'm coming in town at the end of August. I'm just wanting to kind of connect with everyone. I'm also, as you know, I'm over here in Austin and selling real estate, and I'm loving it over here, but miss home, miss my people, want to reconnect with them. And then, what's your situation? Are you renting? Are you buying? What's going on with you? If you know anyone that's looking to buy a house, let me know, because I know a lot of agents in Ohio, and I can help you get you connected to someone who's going to take really good care of you. But that type of relationship, who is a friend from high school, it's going to be a different kind of a conversation. It's going to be more of a natural conversation that you're not going to even need help with, because it's less about real estate and more about reconnecting with someone, and that's going to be a fun conversation. So I'm glad you're connecting with him. Laura, who are you going to call?
Okay, this was a past client. I got him from when I was doing Op City. His when the freeze happened here in Houston, and his home got destroyed by the water, and I put him in a $20,000 lease. And then I sold his commercial building off the market. And then we were working. I met with him, and my previous broker met with him, and he wanted a number on his house, and we came up with the number of 7.2 and the million. And the last time that I called him was when he owns property in Mexico, and they had a natural disaster. I believe it was a hurricane, and he was focusing on fixing that problem instead of selling his house here in Houston. So he's a retired dentist, and the goal is just to, I'm not even sure if he sold the house or not sold the house, but anyway, so that's where I'm at with him.
I would call him, and I would say, hey, Tom, Laura, I was just calling to check in with you just to see whatever happened with that house that you were going to put on the market. I know that you put your plans on hold with those going down with those properties in Mexico. Did you ever get those fixed up? Whatever happened with that? And just start with that, and that will be enough icebreaker to let that take it to the next step, and then have a conversation and just say, hey, you enjoy, how is retirement treating you? And throw that in there and have a conversation. The retired people was going to keep you on the phone for more than 5 minutes, and so you're probably either
Well, he's not retired, he's busy with other businesses, kind of thing.
I'm 100% certain that that conversation is going to go very well. Who else has Isolde?
I wanted to ask, I have a client. I think I'm gonna have to do this one in Spanish. Can I? The call? Or I have to do it in English?
Diana, Isolde, and Guadalupe. Who else is talking the Espanol? Lisbeth? Ever now, if you're gonna you're
yes.
Who's gonna do your calls in
Sí, yo hablo español.
I don't want Spanish speakers. I want Spanish speakers who are gonna call in Spanish. Ever, are you gonna call in English, or are you gonna call in Spanish?
English.
Okay. Raise your hand if you're gonna call if your call is gonna be in Spanish. Diana?
I have a tenant that I remember I leased about last summer, and I want to see, I haven't talked to them ever since, and I think I want to go back, because you mentioned renewal, and he just came back to me, oh my gosh, all these people that might be renewing about this time, and they might be even ready to buy or something. So I want to try that call.
That is the most important call that you can. These are your past clients. We call the past clients first, and then we call our spheres. We get through all the past clients, and then we get through all of our family, and then we start getting in the more difficult ones of acquaintances until we've gone through all of them. And then hopefully everyone's in your CXM and you start following action plans, but we're going to break the ice with everyone. And what happens if you get off the phone and you didn't ask for a referral?
Just
If
remember
they're in
to
your
ask.
sphere, can you call them back?
It's going to be painful. I'm gonna tar and feather you. I don't know what I can do, but please don't forget to ask them. So write a note for yourself that says ask for the referral, because don't have this conversation and not let them know what you do and that, hey, this is how I put food on my table. This is my gig now. If you know anyone that's looking to buy, so at least your referral would mean the world to me. And then that has to be fit in there. Get them through the forward script and before you get them off the phone. And I usually don't say something like, and by the way, while I have you on the phone, I don't feel that that's natural. And I feel like you're really just taking the conversation and segmenting it. And that's like the whole part of what it's about. Don't say that, because it makes it sound like that's all the reason why you call them. Have a very warm, natural conversation. And then at the end, add that, and don't bracket it. Don't apologize for asking about it. Don't make a big deal about it. Just say it. It's going to be a lot more natural. It's going to feel a lot more natural when you get off the phone than had you segmented it. Okay, anybody else need me before I throw you into your groups? All right, please, one more time, raise your hand if you're going to make a call in Spanish.
So I might, I'm not sure. I have two people. If one answers, it'll be in Spanish. If not, English.
Okay, Guadalupe, did you raise your hand or no? Are you going to call in Spanish or English?
Yeah.
No, Guadalupe.
Yeah,
Yes.
Guadalupe said yes.
Okay.
She has one that one Spanish, one
So
English.
I'm going to put Liz, Isolde, and Guadalupe into a group together. Okay, I'm going to be working on that right now. Breakout rooms, and Joyce.
Hi, Jack. Sorry. I just have one quick question. The person I'm going to call is in Washington because that's where I'm from. And I just have a question. When I like at the end of the conversation, can I say like, hey, and just by chance, do you know anybody who's thinking of moving to Texas, or how, or no? Okay. Will not say that.
No, because you don't care where they're buying and selling a home. So I'm going to go back to a previous conversation that we all had before. If you know anyone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home anywhere, please let them know about me. I know what it takes to be a good agent. I know how to find an agent. I want to make sure that we get them with someone that's going to really take care of them. So it's not about them moving to Austin. This isn't about them moving to Austin. We call this mailbox money, checks that come in as referral fees. So one of the things that you get as a privilege of your license is getting paid a referral fee when you give someone in another state a referral. It's actually written into each Texas, or I'm sorry, it's written into every single license law in every state. If you actually look in chapter 1101, it says that you can get a referral fee by providing a referral to another state and get paid in the state. They've carved that out for every single state. It's part of the benefits of being a licensee. So you get that check. So part of your services, it comes to Realty Texas, it's a commission check, and it's mailbox money, and Miguel cuts your check to you. So through your splits, that's money that comes in. It doesn't matter if they move to another country. It doesn't matter if they move to another state. And so if you've got someone in Seattle, in Florida, in DC, all of you, Ohio. So we've got an agent from Ohio. We have an agent from Seattle. We have an agent from DC, and another one from Florida in this group. So when you're talking to the people from where you're from, talk to them about their world. You know, if you know someone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, let me help. Give your referral would mean the world to me. I know what it takes to be a good agent. I know how to find a good agent. I can get them with an agent in their marketplace to make sure that they're taken care of. They may even ask what's going on with this lawsuit stuff, and just let them know. Well, what's going on in the lawsuit stuff? I know it's crazy. It's just been a lot of bad press. The reality is, we have to have a representation agreement to show a buyer our house. Begins and ends with that. That's what the whole thing is about. But I thought about all these commission things. The commission thing, it just means we can't use the database that we use for commissions anymore. We have to talk to the other broker and negotiate the commission. And we had to negotiate them anyway. So it's crazy because the practices actually haven't changed at all. You know, trivialize it because it's trivial what's really happened. Raise your hand if you don't yet have someone who you know who you're going to call. Dimitri doesn't know who he's going to call yet? Okay.
Well, I call as part of our homework. I called like 90% of my phone book already, and
Okay. Amy McAllister, will you go and give Dimitri a phone number for someone that's in the new?
Yeah, absolutely.
Does anybody else not know who you're going to call? Okay. I'm going to be popping into your rooms. I've got you in larger rooms than you were in before. Guadalupe, Isolde, Elizabeth is in one. Amanda, Des. I put you in 5. That's 4. Dimitri, Million, Rebecca. Adam, I'm putting you in 4. Meg, we lost somebody. Someone got chicken and ran. Okay, we're good. Nelly. There was 2 Nellies, right? All right. Nelly, I'm going to put you in.
Yeah, now I should just have one. I'm back.
All right. I just put you in group 1 with. Wait, Nelly, do you speak Spanish?
I do.
Okay, I put you in group 1 with Isolde, Guadalupe, and Elizabeth.
All right, fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, that'll be a fun group. Diana, do you want to go hang out with them?
Sure, yes. That'd be cool. Thanks.
I am not going to have them go through and call the leads because I really needed Zach here, but I also needed to be able to sign them out, and there's just no way that I'm going to be able to do that without me putting the leads into their new. So we're just going to abandon that idea. So if you need to jet, you can totally go. Both of you, Ashley and Diana, I'm just going to have them call their spheres.
Okay.
I will give you there will be gift cards for you and Ashley at the front desk for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Diana. And Ashley, you're already making calls, I think, right? I recognize that wall.
I came up here for the calls because it's close and it avoids the noise and distraction of the kids on summer break. So
Jana, I don't know how it is that you did not get put in a room, but I'm going to fix that right now. You're supposed to be in group 10. There you go. And Sean Thompson, she did not accept my invitation. Sean, oh, I got it. She is in room 17.
If you need me in a room to help answer any questions, I'm free for a little while.
Well, you've got a whole bunch of people in new, so how about that?
Okay.
You should have like, how many are in new right now? Probably, I mean, because I told Amy not to call them and to save them up, but I'm just gonna have these people call their spheres because there's just no way I'm gonna get them to do what I want them to do. So
It looks like only 9 right now in the new.
okay,
But yeah, I can call those.
okay, awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Ashley.
You're
May you
welcome.
find a $50 buyer in there.
Jack,
I can't hear. Is anyone talking?
I think Jack's on mute.
I was talking away. I was talking up a
Oh,
storm.
sorry. I was like, I can't hear.
I was having a big old conversation with myself in here, partying out with myself.
Oh.
I was on mute.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Raise your hand if you got someone on the phone. Talk to a live person. Okay. Did anybody get any referrals? Did anyone talk and say something like, actually, I do know something that might be looking? Did anybody get
Yes,
those?
I did.
All right, Meg, tell us about your story.
So I called my sister-in-law, who actually just got divorced from my brother-in-law. But she was saying that she has somebody who lives in Gerald that she believes is wanting to sell their home. And she's like, I will pass along your information to her. She's kind of in the middle of having a baby, but I know that she wants to sell her house. So I'll pass your information along. I'm like, that is fantastic. I'd love to talk with her.
That is super fantastic. All right, so I think that I was in every single one of your rooms and I told all of you or asked all of you to read the script that's currently in your chat. Raise your hand if you did not read the script to me. Did everyone read? Did I miss anyone? Mohammed, you read the script to me. I remember. Sean
Excuse
did.
me, I have a question.
Sean, yeah, Mohammed, yes.
I have a meeting at 4:30. Can I leave?
Class is over at 5 o'clock. You can leave whenever you like, Mohammed.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
A
Mohammed.
wonderful day, everybody.
Okay, we're going to go on a break. When we get back from the break, we're going to dig in a little bit deeper about the importance of asking for a referral, and we're going to break down these phone calls. We're going to talk about why we're afraid to call people and more nervous to call people that we know and less afraid to call people that we don't know. We're going to talk about that as a group, and then we're going to talk about the importance and the reason why we ask for referrals when we get back from break. It's 4:12. Let's come back at 4:22.
Anyone here? Oh, we're on break. I had to take a call.
We are on break for 5 minutes.
So I was calling and calling and calling. 5 people didn't answer. And then one answer, I was on a call for too long. Then after we hung up, the person I was calling called me back. But since Camille was on the phone, I didn't want to disturb, but I had the conversation with him.
Well, if we can fill up our days with lots of conversations like these,
Yeah.
then our
Yeah.
our spheres are increasing. We're getting referrals. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. And definitely, and it's a good feeling to like just to hear this lady who said, "Thank you so much for calling me. It means the world to me." It just means like she
Can you
doesn't.
can you save that for everyone to hear when we get back from break?
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
I want everyone to hear those words.
Yeah, I will. Okay.
Meg, good job for that call and the referral. That's exciting.
Thank you. It's a little awkward since, they just got divorced, but I'm glad that she's still willing to talk to me.
Then you say congratulations and move on.
If I got to choose, I'd keep her and throw away the other one, but
Well, that works out.
I guess I get to keep them both, just not at the same time.
Right. Would be like one at a time.
Well, now you can sell twice as many homes.
That's right.
So I had a situation where let me tell you a funny story. I had a clients that were getting divorced, and both of them came to me separately and told me that they were getting divorced and asked me to help them buy a house. But neither one of them had told each other that they were getting a divorce. So neither one of them had told each other, but they both told me, and I'm helping both of them, and I can't tell the other because I'm under confidentiality.
Wow.
And both of them are looking in Gerald, and both of them get under contract 3 houses away from each other in the same
No.
subdivision.
No.
Oh, wow.
And Cindy Thompson at Lennar is the one that told them. They're like, I can't believe you didn't tell me. And I'm just like, I can't believe you guys didn't tell each other.
Right.
Right. Oh my God.
So that's
Wait.
what all that yelling is down the street.
So so somebody can purchase a house without the other spouse? Because at that time they were still married.
Yeah, I told them both, and they both said that they wanted to get out of that situation, that they both wanted to buy a house, and they both knew that the other two, we had that conversation. I said, you need to talk to your attorney, because if you buy a home before you get divorced, you guys are going to be in a situation where your spouse is going to be on title. They're like, yeah, that's not going to be an issue. They'd been married for 20 years. They were already living separate lives, and they had similar conversations in the past. So, but yes, they can buy, and no, it's not a good idea at all.
Hey, I want to say thank you for addressing taking questions about the code of ethics, because I was reading through it and I do have questions, and so I appreciate that, Jack. You know, but I have more than one question. But anyway, I flagged it and I forgot, and I couldn't bring it up right quick. But anyway, can't wait for that session to happen.
I'm looking forward to it too.
How much time do we have left? Sorry.
2 more minutes. We said 4:22, and it's 4:20 right now.
Okay. I was going to take a stab at the 1 to 4, but I'll wait.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to finish unpacking this. Meg's going to finish her conversation that she had. And then Kay is going to talk, and then we're going to open it up to anybody else. And then we're going to discuss why it's a little bit more frustrating and scary and awkward to talk to people who we already know. And then we're going to jump into points.
Oh, and by the way, I'm not sure if you've seen my post about what we're going to do differently about the homework, but what I'm going to do differently is I'm going to hold seminars with a financial planner and a lender, and educating people about buying for investment purposes and buying for education purposes. And so I have the financial planner on board. We just have to have a meeting, and we're going to start doing that seminars probably in the month of July or August.
great location for those is a model home and a builder who will bring in food for you and then run Facebook ads to get the audience to show up. And
Well, we were gonna try it on Zoom first.
we are doing a bi-monthly one here at the company. I'm excited about that. Miguel
What does
is-
that mean?
we're beta testing it with my Spanish speaking roundtable. We're going to be doing a buyer boot camp for Spanish speaking. We're going to get that done first because it's a very much underserved market, and then we're going to expand it.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Nobody died. We
That
all
little song gives me so much.
What's that?
I was sweating. I was sweating.
I said, that little song brings me so much joy. I dance every time you turn it on.
Same, Rebecca. Same.
We survived. And what did we learn from this? I mean, seriously, let's discuss this as a group first. What is your biggest takeaway from the calls that you just made for those of you who may be not in the normal practice of making calls?
Well, go, Meg.
Oh, I was just going to say, for me, I found it difficult to try to keep the calls short. Like, I felt like it was a little unnatural to basically, hi, how's it going? Haven't spoken to you in a while. I'm now a real estate agent with Realty Texas. And then, how's the family? And then I feel like from that point forward, I just want to kind of pepper the questions so I can get to the end to say, hey, by the way, if you know of anybody looking to buy, sell, or lease, please call me. Your referral would mean the world to me.
Good job, Meg. So there is a time in which the thing is that if we keep these conversations more than 7 minutes, the next time you call them, they are going to put your call to voicemail because they don't want to have a short conversation with you. They want to have a long conversation with you, and then that time never comes. So less is more. It's a check-in. Always talk about them. When they ask about you, answer the question really quickly and get back to them because they don't, I'm doing amazing. Thank you. How's the kids? Just keep peppering in them and get that. But a 7-minute conversation is kind of a long time. And sometimes they may go to 11 minutes. I totally get it. That's happened to me a few times too. I'm the worst at this myself. But I know even in the coaching I've done in the past, the shorter the call, the more effective the call is every single time. Can I call you in just a couple weeks and check in on you because I miss you guys and I want to keep you guys in my life and just want to keep up with you. Oh my God, I would love that. When you get off the phone, you feel better and they feel better. You seem to have a better day. And as I've told many of you in my groups, I want your goal to be to make every single person you talk to have a better day. And if you can make it your goal to wake up and make every single person that you talk to have a better day, you're going to have better relationships. You're going to have better phone calls. They're going to be, it's going to have more and more dopamine and serotonin every single time you have a conversation with them because they know what they're going to get when they answer the phone. They're going to get a good feeling. And we literally get addicted to those types of hormones. So in the brain, when we know that someone is going to have a wholesome, quick conversation with us that suits productive, like, okay, this is my Meg time. Hi, how are you? And that conversation is super powerful for your business, for them, for everyone. Inserting a little bit of positivity in your day, and you can just even put that in your phone call. I'm just wanting to, put a little positivity in everyone's life. We make life better one phone call at a time, that kind of thing, because it's absolutely true. Thank you for braving this and making phone calls. I know a lot of you actually left voicemails, but I want to hear more from you. Kay, and Meg, can you finish your story, Meg? Because I don't feel like we finished your story.
I think we did. She's gonna reach out to her friend and put her in contact with me.
Okay, so I want you to schedule a follow-up with her in just a couple days, and then try to figure out, say, I know she's busy, she's probably never going to call me, and I would love to be able to send her a CMA in the mail. And then try to get her address and then send her a CMA. And then maybe you can get her phone number. But when we get the referral, that's a hot lead. Hot lead becomes number one. And that is something that we are going to track and that we're going to stay on top of to see if we can get that information, because we know that there's a 1% chance that we're ever going to hear from that person again. But if we can get that person's name, there's a 99% chance of conversion.
Can do.
Excellent. Excellent, Meg. Kay.
Yes. So yeah, I made many attempts and didn't reach anybody until the last minute. Remember someone that I used to work with in DC before I became a realtor. We were behaviorists. So I contacted her. We were talking, and she was like, "Oh my God, it's been a long time." I was like, "Yeah, it's been years, because it's been like 8 years we didn't speak." However, I follow her on Instagram and Facebook, and then last 2 years ago, their house burned down. And also, since then, she's been having babies like every year. So I just made it about, how's the babies? Oh my God, they are so beautiful. Send me pictures. And then in that conversation, I found out she's no longer in Virginia. She moved to North Carolina. I talked about the real estate, and she said they might, hopefully in the future, they want to buy a house once the husband graduates. So that's a referral right there for North Carolina agents. And then I said, by the way, I didn't say by the way, but what you said, if you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease, please call me, because your referral will mean the world to me. She's like, you know what? My parents still live in Virginia. So absolutely, I'll let them know. So now right there is another referral for the Virginia side, even though I'm not licensed in both of those states. However, I'm able to have her in her mind in case she hears anybody who wants to buy or sell. So I was very glad to call her, because I know she needed this phone call as well, because she has new babies and she might be lonely, because she told me, I'm so happy you called. It means the world to me. So that was
Oh my
great.
God, an adult. I get to talk to an adult.
I know, right?
No more baby shark, no. That's super cool. Okay. I promise you, with all sincerity, the more these calls you make, the better they feel. The energy that gets put together, and when I'm teaching Mega and I'm putting these classes together, I know where these conversations go and what a real estate agent, when they get into this practice of actually doing this and spending their days doing it, it's the best job on the planet. You're sitting at home in a nice warm environment with a cup of tea, having conversations with people who know, love, and trust you, and you're getting referral checks in the mail, making millions of dollars doing that. And you don't even need to get in the car and go put up signs and lock boxes and all of that, because you can literally farm all of that out. Because what have I read to you like 10 times before in the ship book? And it's true. It's true to life, even more so than it was then. Presenting, showing, writing, negotiating, coordinating closings, and managing money are all activities that to a certain degree can be delegated successfully. However, it's extremely difficult to effectively delegate number one, which is lead generation and conversion to an appointment. Why? The skill level it takes to generate a lead, capture the appropriate information, and then convert that lead to an appointment is a distinct skill set that it takes extensive practice over time to develop to a high level. And that's where all the money is. Page number XXVII, whatever in the world that is. So if we can get more of that going, more referrals going, that's literally what it's all about. And it's fun and it's not scary once we get past the fear and the fear of the rejection of feeling like, well, they're just going to think all I want from those referrals and they're going to be angry at me and it's going to expose me for being a fraud. Because is that not what really you're afraid of? Being exposed for being a fraud? Don't be a fraud. That's not necessary. Be authentic. Be your authentic self and be very inquisitive and want them back in your life and want to communicate with them and want to call them on a longer basis. And when you look at each individual person, they come up on the screen and you're like, oh my gosh, I get to call them. Yay! I haven't talked to them in forever. How are you? That's literally what it is like to be on my database. When I call Amanda and Kim, or I'm calling any one of my clients, Cecilia, she calls me her grandson. Oh my God, Jack, how are you? It's these conversations not scary, not horrible, fun, and I get referrals almost every single conversation that I have. Or I do know someone, let me get you in touch with them. And the next thing you know, I've got a whole bunch more calls to make because now I've got to call everybody back who told me they were going to have a referral in the first place. And now I don't even have time to make all my phone calls. Laura, you're up.
I just wanted to say I put truepeoplesearch.com in the website. So if you're not sure about the number or update numbers, that's a really good resource to use with Forewarn as well. So, I mean, that's how I, get in touch with people that I lose in contact with.
Yeah. Forewarn is a really powerful one. Thank you, Laura. And I heard you had a good phone call.
I did.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else want to share some experiences you had? Jamara. I can't hear you. You're on mute. Here, let me grab you the mute button. If I push this button, it'll make it life easier for you. Uh-oh, that was me. I just muted you. There you go. Sorry. There you go.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. So I have no issues talking to people, like real live people. But I kind of panic a little bit on the voicemail. And it's only because I feel like I'm asking for something. And in addition to that, I'm trying to say what I want to say in a condensed amount of time to keep their attention. And that is hard. I didn't realize how hard that would be. I think I left 3 or 4 messages. And I think they got easier with each one, but it was still very like nerve-wracking to have to leave all those voicemails and get kind of stuck and lost in the process.
You guys will become such experts at this. You will get so good at this. You will become such experts at this. You're gonna arrive at the realization that you've ran out of people to call. You're gonna figure out that you've ran out of people to call, and then you're gonna start calling your A clients more often. Because then it's like, oh, well, I'm calling them every 3 months. Well, I guess I can call them. Let me just put that on 1.5 months because I want to make sure that every single day I'm making at least 10 phone calls. So you're going to get, I mean, you got better at it just on the first day in the first 5 calls, didn't you? Imagine after your first week, after your first 40-hour week, you work into the second week and you become unstoppable. Knock.
Yeah, I want to pick it back on Jemiah. We in the same group, and we both have a lot of voicemails. I went blank for a second and say, oh shoot, I need to remember my script. It's easier for me to talk with when someone on the phone or someone in person, but when leaving a voicemail, I don't know why, it's just such nerve-breaking.
Well, so nervousness is the last refuge for the ill-prepared. What does that mean?
I need to remember my script more.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But what is it? Let's dig that a little bit deeper. Nervousness is the last refuge for the ill-prepared.
That means prepare. Practice, practice, practice.
That's all it means is you're nervous because you're not prepared. So the last refuge for nervousness, just prepare and you will never be nervous again. And I'm telling you that it just takes practice. Just like it was terrifying to jump in this pool the first time. And then the next time you're like, okay, this was not so bad. I survived. It actually was not a bad thing. And I kind of enjoyed it a little bit. So maybe I'll do this again. And that's the whole point of getting us together in a group environment where we can all share each other's fears and kind of go through this journey together, come out the other side. And like Destiny's Child, I'm unstoppable. Isolde.
It was funny because, well, something that we learned in our calling group of Spanish Latinas, we realized that Latinos can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
So can
And oh my
Latinos,
gosh, And, like one conversation is not a call, like, oh my God. It's anyway, I even had to tell the person that I called that my daughter, like, I need to check on my daughter, like, because she wanted to complain about every single thing that in Terra Vista, they complain about the dog, if it's bark, if it's this, and then my husband did it, and then we met these people, and she was going to like talking. And at the end, what I like that I heard her saying is, it's like, number one, we're not going to renew our lease. We thought about you. We thought about you. We just haven't had time to call you, but we're not going to renew. We got a very good opportunity, they said, about we're going to live for free in this place because my husband he remodels homes. So they found someone that is going to let them live in a house for free while they remodel or something. And then they said, we want to buy. So I told them, well, before you do that, I want you to contact you with I want you to look at the financial side of it. And I have all the contacts and referrals for you to feed the best program that you can, that fits your needs. You might be able to buy sooner than you think. And so, I mean, I reconnected and they said, well, as soon as we go to that other place where we're moving, we want to invite you for how to say, a barbecue. And so I really connected well. It went very well. But I do think that I asked for referrals, but we felt like it wasn't very efficient because we left it like, hey, first of all, if you know anyone looking buy or sell lease, please call me. Your referral would mean the world to me. We don't use that expression. We have to like learn our own version because we can't translate exactly that specifically in Spanish. But I said something that it's very, very close there. And I didn't get any number or anything. She just like, oh yeah, of course. If I know anyone, I'll let you know. So it's kind of like in the air. And I don't know, we were wondering if that's okay, or if we really need to like nail it more precisely. Hey, do you think between today or tomorrow, we can get a name of someone, like something more?
Jump into the chat and read that to me and tell me if that resonates at all.
¿Dónde? Oh, si conoces a alguien que esté buscando comprar, vender o alquilar, por favor, llámame. Tu recomendación significaría mucho para mí. Yeah, that totally makes, yeah.
Thank you. All right. Who else wants to share? This is really powerful stuff because how many of you were afraid to make that first call? Meg, you did great. Laura was a little bit afraid. Who else was afraid? Are we no longer afraid? Joyce, we haven't heard from you. Talk to us. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, it was a little nerve-wracking. I'm like a really fast talker, and so I felt like I was like rushing the conversation. So yeah, that's something that I would like to work on.
Okay. I also talk fast. So when I talk fast, I let myself go, and then I'll slam on the brakes for one word and say that word slowly, and it has a lot of impact. So the impactful words, slow down and use that word and be impactful on it. And that will help you because I am notoriously fast talk.
Yeah, I mean, I get on the phone and then I'm like, okay, well, yeah, talk to you later. They're like, wait, what's going on?
But make sure you take them through the Ford script because if we're talking fast, then that means that we're not going through the Ford script. But good job.
Oh, thank you.
Who did you call?
I called someone from Seattle.
Nice. Camille, I see your hand up. And I just want to note everyone, just shout out to Camille and her new headset. Woo!
Hey, Jack. So I'm always very conscious of myself on video. My accent, I'm always worried that they're not understanding me. My daughter always say I speak proper because I tend to slow down too much. Right. So she says that, Mom, you're natural. You speak proper. Loosen up, or whatever the case might be. So for me, I'm not scared of talking to people. It's just when it's being recorded or when it's being videoed or he's not coming across. I don't think it comes across naturally. So that's my biggest fear of, just getting on the phone and just talking to folks, that have not heard from me. And if they're seeing another number, see if they see my number, they automatically know who I am and all that. So that's fine. They see a 512 number, and then that totally throws them off. But my first call was great. I'm using this military spin on it big time. I'm transitioning from the military, started my business, starting to build my business out and everything. So all the military contacts that I have in there, those are the ones I'm reaching out to because I'm telling them, look, this is retirement time. This is what I'm doing, and that sort of stuff. My first call was to one of my young soldiers. He also got out of the military a few years back, and but he said his in-laws are trying to move to the area, so now he's glad he has somebody to link them up to him when they try to start finding their home and stuff like that.
You have a very powerful voice. You have a voice that is an influencer voice, and I don't mean that in a social media influencer way. I mean that in an advisory way, like a parent or a pastor or somebody who has influence. The younger generations now are looking to influential people to help them make decisions, people of trust. And there's something about your voice and your demeanor that screams trust and knowledge and education and powerful. So I would really like to see you on social media. I know you just said that you're kind of intimidated by social media, but I think that you would be a very powerful social media presence if you were to put yourself out there and have conversations, and make yourself relatable like you always do. You're lighthearted and funny, but you're very smart, and you also have this presence about you that just says, "I can trust you, I like you, and you're smart." It makes people want to listen, and that's not the case for everyone. So, because you have these things all kind of put together, I would take that gift and I would point it to the world and let that bring you back literally volumes. I mean, it's gonna bring you back the riches for sure. Just no doubt about it, especially if you have a target audience like the military, like you do. Amazing. So I want to see more of that. Steven, you made a couple phone calls. How were your calls?
I got 3 voicemails. So I was really hoping to be able to connect with someone and feed off of them as well. But no, getting the voicemails was kind of makes me a little hungrier to have that actual phone call with the person on the other side and reconnect with somebody.
That's awesome. Okay. I think that there has never been a better time, and of course, I throw this at you after this whole thing is done, to use COVID as an experience, use it as an excuse. I am tired. I'm over this whole social distancing thing. I got in bad habits of not reconnecting with my people, and I made the decision this week that I'm going to reconnect with everyone. And that is a good icebreaker too for those of you who are just looking for a reason to reconnect with people. I want you guys to your homework assignment today obviously is going to be to call more people. And now that we're a little less intimidated by it, who's going to commit to making more of these calls and to commit to 10 calls a day? Now, it sounded like a whole lot of calls before, didn't it? And all of a sudden now, in a 30-minute period, some of you got through 4 or 5 calls, and now it's not nearly as like it was before. It's a different thing now. So I'm hoping, as you see on the screen, you feel a little more prepared, and that when you memorize the tail end of this, anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please call me because your referral would mean the world to me. That you get that just sound bite perfect, that you know exactly how to approach everyone and make it feel natural and fun, because you should enjoy these calls as well. These are not painful calls. We're not selling funeral plots. We're actually having conversations with people that we already know, and that's your biggest lead source. And you're going to hear yourself improve and the people around you if you do cluster calls and have a group of people together that do these together, which is very impactful. We have call nights we do here and bring in pizza and let people make calls and call our opportunity vault. Remember, when you run out of people to call, you remember that there's 40,000 people that we have to call in our opportunity vault just screaming to hear from you. And what did Diana say? There are people out there that are grateful and thankful to hear from you. You're going to get hung up on sometimes, but the opposite also is going to be true. And she just sold a high dollar home and closed it as a lead just like that. And her client's already given her a referral, and she's just really good at this whole thing. But it's just a constant reminder that we're going to get better every single time. And hopefully now we're ready to put this into practice. And now that we're ready to put this into practice, from here on forward, your career is going to be on a whole different chart. You have charted a completely different direction for yourselves, each one of you. And I know you can feel it. You can kind of feel it down deep, because you've just overcome something that you were afraid of. Now that that objection is no longer there and that fear is no longer there, you truly do become unstoppable. Now you are ready to go sell real estate, whether it's at an open house and not be afraid to talk to people, or calling people from your past, or even door knocking in a neighborhood that you want to farm. In case I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I learned a lot today from just this during break with the calls I've made. And because of the fact you mentioned make calls, if you didn't, I wouldn't be inspired to say, you know what, let me go to my repertoire and see if I can call. And I contacted 23 people in less than an hour. I've had good news, I've had bad news, and I have a news that encouraged me better. Like, I called someone and she was not sure if she can sell because she doesn't know how to buy. So she didn't know that she has equity in her property, and I educated her to use her equity toward her down payment, and then I'll refer her to a lender. The bad news that I have is this person who has been waiting for me since January, and I forgot to follow up with him, has sold his house. So that kind of broke me like, wow, this is the power of following up, because what I did was I just wrote it on my text message but never followed up with the person. So what I learned is following up is the most important thing, and don't be lazy to make those calls, and have a system that can remind you to keep in touch with those people. So I just wanted to share that, because I know, like, sometimes I'm the biggest procrastinator until I learn my lesson. Then I'm like, okay, we got to get up, because there are business out there and I'm missing out.
When we find out that we handed somebody else business, it is so painful, and we'll never let that happen again. Okay, so I'm going to ask you all a very profound question. But Jack, can't I just text people? What did we learn?
We need to call.
I am so
Texting
proud.
is not the same.
I am so proud of you guys. I am so profoundly proud of you guys. It's not the same. It's just not. And it takes a while to get there. But once we see the news, we breathe it in, and now we're unstoppable. I saw a couple of hands go up, and then I want to get through the rest of the slides, because we got 10 minutes to get through the rest of our slides before we end up today. We're going to end up exactly on time. Stephen, was it you that who raised it? Oh, Mike. Mike.
Yeah, I called a Keller Williams broker in Abilene and talked to her about referring people moving to Austin to me.
Mike pulls out the big guns.
So that went pretty good. Good conversation.
More of that, Mike. Seriously, figure out how the years that you've been in this business and the contacts that you've made, I want you to just call everyone and just go down the list and spend your days calling.
Well, a lot of the numbers in my phone are now disconnected. Quite a few of the people in my phone are dead.
Well, that is a way of life.
Yes.
My mother was telling me yesterday that she just went to a funeral of someone that was one of her friends. So, and so I'm sorry to hear that. That is, but I want you to reconnect with as many people as you can right now.
Sure.
When we call someone through our CRM, it is so important that you let your CRM help manage you, because it's not some system that's supposed to do this for you. When you do this every day, day after day after day, this is the thing that we seem to have as a habit as a salesperson. We dip our toe into something and say, okay, I've got it. I don't need to learn anymore. And we run with it at full speed until we fall flat on our face. Don't let this happen to you, because maybe you know 100 people and you blow through 100 phone calls. Then the question is, when are you going to ever call them again? How are you going to know the last time you had a conversation? And are you going to remember the details of all of those conversations? So it's super important that you put some notes in the CRM about the conversation that you had. So the next time, oh, that's right, she has triplets and their name is Billy, Bobby, and Brett. Whatever, so you can remember those things and be able to, the next conversation, remind you so that you can have better quality conversations. Because if you're trying to commit all of this to memory, it'll be in your brain. It's not that you forgot it and that you don't care. It's the notes that's going to help jog the memory and bring it back so that you can remember the next time. And then when you get on Facebook and find out when their birthday is, put that in your CRM. When they have sold their home and closed their home, call them on the anniversary. Do you know what today is? No, what's today? Today's the anniversary of the day that you purchased your home 6 years ago. Can you believe it's been 6 years? That's a very impactful call. It's properly timed, it's important, and it's meaningful to people, because it's like, today's your house's birthday. These are kind of important calls to make that we probably haven't had the organization in our systems to be able to put that kind of thing together, although we wanted to, and we believed that we would. But now you found yourself in a situation where this is being put out on a road for you, and now you just have to show up and hard code on your calendar every day the time to make these calls and use the CRM. Hopefully, all of you now are going to have a renewed sense of the importance of the CRM itself, get all of these people into the CRM and start putting that data in there, apply the smart plans so that the CRM can remind you to call the next time when it's come time to call them again. So we need to update the notes in the CRM, change them to the appropriate pipeline so we're having right conversations. Maybe if they give you a lead, then we put them in a specific pipeline. If they've someone who we've closed before, we put them in the closed pipeline. If it's someone who we put in a representation agreement, we put them in the representation agreement pipeline. So then we have these people grouped into pipelines so that we never forget about them. They never fall through the cracks. Just like Kay said, she had a client that wanted to sell a home. She put a note into her text message, and way gets on to way, and we never came back. So we put that, which is a little segment of a poem from Robert Frost. We put that into our CRM, and now we're never going to let that forget, because it's the CRM is holding us accountable for success. RPR report for every single client that shows interest in a property. We email them the RPR report. It will change the level of professionalism that people have when they see you, when they get a report. Every time they like a property that's on their favorite list, here's your detailed property report, that I call it. They really like them, especially your numbers people who are engineers. It gives them every kind of number that they could ever possibly want. It's exactly got all of the left brain and right brain poured into it. So it's got the photos of the history of every photo for every time it's been listed in the MLS. and all of the numbers associated with it. And don't forget about BombBomb. If you think these are really impactful, figure out how you can now take BombBomb and put it into your world. You get a voicemail, maybe you do a BombBomb video instead of the voicemail and make it even more impactful. Figure out if that's something that you want to make your thing. If you know that they're looking for a home, please don't forget to put a portal for them in the MLS and set that up and learn. If you don't know how to use the portal, schedule a meeting with, in fact, I will ask our Tech Tuesday team, Katie and Miguel, to make their next class, if they don't already have a topic, to be walking you guys through how to set up a portal again, so that you guys can really understand how to do that and make that work for you. And you guys already know about your V card, your business card. When you go meet somebody at a property, know what to bring with you. Your agent flyer on one side, IABS, your one-page buyer rep, an RPR for that particular property. I like to bring the agent one page, the full. I don't give it to them, but God forbid I'm driving out to the property and realize I didn't even know this thing was gated. Thank God I brought this along with me, because I wouldn't even have known to get a gate code, because that's happened to me more than once. And the client one page, so that I can give them the report if they want it. A quick CMA, so you know what's going on in the community when they ask. Who has seen the Monopoly board that we have?
No.
The Monopoly board is part of our Realty Texas buyer and seller packet. I'm going to share my screen and take you to my .me and show it to you, because
And Jack, what is the agent flyer?
everybody has their own flyer that you have, and it's in your media kit. I think it's under branded, so it should be in here. Everyone, once you have your bio, we've got multiple. Here's one of them that you have. I'm a Texas Realtor. It's got your bio, got your contact information, it's got your photo. We've got that version. We've got the gray and white version. This is a great thing to put on the back of your flyer that has all your agent information, your designation, your photo. It's just your, what we call kind of like an agent prospectus. We also have a different flyer about why listing with me, but I digress. As we go down in here, we have our, I'm guessing it's under seller. It's under buyer packet. So the seller guide is here, and I know it's in there as well. There's the buyer guide. So we have the buyer guide and the seller guide, and both of them contain our Candyland. So you can print this out. It's loading right now. This, by the way, shows the impactful our MLS Plus system. We're going to learn more about this in the coming days, but how all of these MLSs are being pulled into your one MLS. So your MLS platform is pulling from all of these different MLSs. Those are the properties we've sold. When you zoom out on the map, there are so many that it's just one big cluster of homes sold. But let me zoom through, because there's just so much in here. The Candyland. So this is the home buying map. We have one for a seller and one for a buyer, and it literally takes them through all of the different steps. And so I like 5 reasons to sign a buyer representation, the real negotiating process, 5 things home buyers need to know about inspections, appropriate reasonable inspection repairs from contract to close. This is our buyer packet that we've given you guys. You print this out, take it to your client, give it to them, and you can even put it in a little spirally thing, whatever that's called, because I don't remember, with the plastic sheet on both sides. We have those there for you. For those of you in Houston, if you don't have one, you can ask Lisa and she can bring a couple and throw down in the South Austin for you, because I don't think we have a binder thingy there. So that's what I mean by the Monopoly board. New lead. We're going to arrive at the property, or hopefully we're going to go there a little bit early. Maybe we go inside to turn on the lights, because we can do that. Make the home look as bright and airy as possible. And sometimes I will lock the door and go back in my car and just kind of hang out, because I'm not going to wait in someone else's house if I'm 15 minutes early, but I will get there and make sure that the home looks as good inside, and that there's not going to be anything unexpected in there. And then when they get there, I meet them in the driveway, have a conversation with them, and based on the temperature outside is going to base on how I'm going to approach them. If it's hot in the driveway and it's 105 degrees outside, I'm not going to stand there in the driveway and talk to them. I'll walk them up to the door, even though I know that there is a lockbox. If I've met this person and I'm going to be meeting them at the property to show the property, I've already told the listing agent that I'm meeting a lead at the property. I'm going to show it at 2 o'clock. Are you okay? They're like, okay. So they kind of know what's going on. So they've approved that. Now I'm at the lockbox. I'm going to walk them through the IABS and talk to them about the representation agreement and try to be my friendly, outgoing self, make things easy for them, understand the agency relationships like we're supposed to on track under the shade of the porch as I'm opening the lockbox, and tell them what our fiduciary duties and requirements are under the law. We have certain requirements that we have to I'll say there is a regulatory requirement that I show you this form and discuss with you agency relationships. The Texas Real Estate Commission, which is the entity that's provided me a license, requires that I, before having any conversations with a prospective buyer about buying and selling, leasing homes, that I explain agency with you. And this is a regulatory requirement from the state of Texas, that if I represent you, the buyer, I'm the buyer agent. If I represent the seller, then I'm the listing agent. One firm can represent the buyer and the seller in the same transaction. We call that intermediary. And what we call subagency, which is the final one here on the bottom, that a buyer can be assisted from a buyer agent, but the buyer agent doesn't represent them and they owe their duties to the seller first. And recently we've had some regulatory changes within our realtor organization that require us to have an agency relationship to open a door for someone, even to open a door for someone. That's this form here. It's a one-page short form. And on this form, I have to give this to you. And unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to take it, it requires a signature before I can show you this property. It's regulatory inside of our organization, but the good news is by signing this, there's a fiduciary relationship. And if you work with me to purchase a home, we can talk about what compensation looks like if that were to happen. But for right now, we can sign this and we can make this for 1 day. So after 1 day, that it'll fall apart. It'll just automatically terminate. Or we can just put it for this particular property. But it means that everything that you tell me is confidential in terms of the scope of purchasing a home. That's the conversation. You can put that into your own words. You can go back to Zoom and rewind this and listen to it again, but that's the conversation. You can make it as warm and fuzzy as you want. You can make it as tactile as you want, or you can make it as logical as you want. But this is the conversation that you, as a licensee, a licensed real estate agent, are required to have with your prospective buyers before you threshold them from this point forward. And we're all in the same boat here. So it's not that one person is going to be able to do something other than us, unless we're the listing agent. That's a different story. Although we're going to have the same conversations, because if we threshold them as the listing agent, there can be no conversation with them, and everything that they are considered an unrepresented buyer. But you know, Texas Real Estate Commission, Texas Realtors, as long as NAR both have confirmed that as a listing agent, there is no paperwork that's needed to be signed. However, Texas Realtors and NAR are urging brokerages to provide a buyer a document that they sign that shows them who they represent. And now there's a form called representation disclosure, and we're supposed to give that to the buyer at the front door that says, you have to sign one of these two documents. You have to sign the representation disclosure confirming that I've told you that I represent the seller. Or you have to sign this over here that will make me your agent for this transaction. If you want to cancel it, we can, but it means that I owe you fiduciary duties and anything you tell me is confidential. Which form would you like? That is how Texas is recommending that we approach this from the instructor training that we had last week. I really like that approach because we do have an obligation per trek to have a conversation with our clients about agency and let them know who we represent. The question is, what do we have to prove that we've checked off that regulatory requirement? The IABS was born to make us have the conversation about agency, but then part of it is tell us who you represent. There's always supposed to have been this other form, a representation form saying, I represent this seller as the listing agent, and you sign it. Over the listing agent, we're supposed to show up with two pieces of paper. But if we're a prospective buyer agent and we are not the listing firm, then we have to show up with the representation in one form. The question that you guys should be asking me is, what happens if they refuse to sign it? Mr. Buyer, unfortunately, if you refuse to sign this, I am forbidden from opening the door. And I would never imagine that you would refuse to sign it, because this particular form, all it's saying is that you and I will have a no obligation relationship that's confidential. We'll talk more about that. You will probably, in the 500 homes between now and the end of your career that you will sell or more, may have one. But they're going to go to the next agent and find out that they're going to have the same experience. And so the world has changed, and that's not everyone's going to react kindly to it, but I suspect that most people will. So this conversation that I just had with you are these slides of me walking you through exactly what I said. These are the scripts that I use regarding the IABS, and I gave it to you off the cuff without reading it, but all of these are here for you guys to read and become more familiar with, so that you can also, just like I'm asking you to memorize the 17 articles, the 23 paragraphs, and your referral script, you also want to memorize how you're going to go through the IABS, because it becomes very important. It's part of your every single day. Okay. Please don't forget about your power hour. It's part of your homework. I'm going to be reminding you guys in an email right after class, along with your exam for today. Your exam's a little bit shorter than it normally is, but I'm going to do the same video and send it out to you guys. So this is officially end of class 506. I'm very proud of you. You guys did really, really, really exceptionally well today, probably better than most of our megas during this class. So I am proud of you. And we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow in Mega Mini. And I'm going to stick around for a little while and answer questions that you guys may have. And I already see my hand up, Ever.
Hey, Jack, real quick, going back to that buyer's rep or the buyer's presentation, both buyers and sellers, is there a way we can customize it to show some of our personal stuff? Whether it's our business card or, just information about us?
Yeah, so that particular document is the seller guide and the buyer guide. And we've got all kinds of inserts that we've provided you that you can insert in there. So 1,000,000%, our expectation is that you'll make it your own. You'll take it and save it as a PDF and add other PDFs into it and share it at as much as you like. So yeah, 1,000,000%.
Okay.
It's a really good conversation. It's a good starter for your buyer representation agreements. It's got everything you could possibly need. I've taken all of the one sheets from ABR, GRI, MRP, SRS, and SRES, and I've dumped it all in there. So you've got all the content. And if you want to add more to it and make it your own, it's a really, really amazing head start for you guys. And some people like it out of the box and don't want to change it, but 100% make it your own. Thank you for the question. Isolde, hi.
Hi again, real quick. I was just thinking about that last about the representation. I was thinking about the Zillow lead or any kind of lead. Let's say you're meeting up in the front in a house with the one page and everything. And it's a go show, it's vacant, it's a go. And then you try to reach to the listing agent and you can't reach to the listing agent. And I guess my question is, when are we supposed to show prior to open the door that we have representation? Because I remember you saying something about showing time.
Yep.
I'm a little confused.
So the way of the world prior to August 17th and the way of the world post August 17th are going to be very different worlds. We have not seen the practices get put into place yet. The Austin Board of Realtors have just rolled out their forms. Texas Realtors just rolled out their forms yesterday. Austin rolled out their forms last week. So we are right in the middle of this transition. The MLSs, I still serve as a governor for the Central Texas MLS. We right now have showing time. Modifying its installation to require us to upload our representation disclosure and to click a box that says that I swear under perjury of law, or whatever the sentence that we just agreed to, because we just agreed to it last week, of what that's going to be. And the agent is agreeing that they do, in fact, have a brokerage representation agreement with their client. They have to click off a box and upload it. And right now, what's happening is the MLS is trying to determine from NAR if we actually have to upload the form or if the agent can swear, because we have a regulatory requirement that we cannot lie, and your license is on the line if you don't have that form. And so I suspect that based on the dialogue that came from our governor's meeting, that that's not going to fly and it's going to be an uploaded form. But what I'm telling you the story because we haven't even, as a MLS, come to the agreement of what it's going to look like. But I can promise you that it's going to be a gateway from there's the gateway is going to be the showing time. How we put that into practice between now and August 17th,
That's gonna change.
it still has to be voted on and approved. But doing this as long as I have, it's going to be uploading a form. But who knows? Good questions. What else? I see lots of people. I got Kay, Katie, Jamara, Mike, Sean, Rebecca, Ever. Anybody have any last questions for me before I start doing our exam? Okay, good class today, everyone. Thank you so much. I will see you guys. I'll pop in and see how everyone's doing in Mega Many, and you'll have a video from me with your exam in about an hour. Bye, guys.